IATF2025 to confirm your participation and access more today. Get ready for the 4th Intra-African Trade Fair in the People's Republic of Algeria. Africa's premier trade and investment event is presented by the African Export-Import Bank, Afreximbank, the African Union Commission, and the AfCFTA Secretariat. Join us from September the 4th to the 10th, 2025 to access more opportunities for trade, partnerships and possibilities across Africa. With over 2,000 exhibitors, 35,000 plus attendees from 140 plus countries, and the potential to generate $44 billion in trade and investment opportunities, this edition is set to be a game changer. Access more trade. Showcase your products and services in our customized pavilions, designed to connect you with sponsors, investors, partners and decision makers from business, government, the diaspora, the Caribbean and the rest of the world. Whether you're a seasoned player or a startup, IATF 2025 opens doors to more connections, collaborations and growth. Over 7 exciting days, you'll be inspired by distinguished leading speakers from Africa and around the globe and gain valuable insights into the continent's trade and investment landscape, while elevating your brand recognition and showcasing your vibrant range of African products and services. Access more insights. Be inspired by world-class speakers and industry leaders at the Trade and Investment Forum. Learn about trade opportunities under AfCFTA. Tackle key barriers to intra-African trade and gain practical tools through training workshops on exporting, standards and marketing. Access more creativity. Celebrate Africa's vibrant creative economy at the Creative Africa Nexus, where fashion, music, film, arts and crafts, sports, literature and culinary arts take center stage. Discover new markets and untapped talent in an atmosphere brimming with energy and innovation. Access more markets. The African Buyers Program and matchmaking sessions ensure meaningful exchanges, enabling businesses to conclude impactful deals. Access more engagement. The Special Day segment is open to countries, private and public sector entities and offers tailored opportunities for countries and entities to highlight their trade, investment, tourism and cultural potential. Access more connections. Through the IATF virtual platform, you can showcase your goods, services and investment opportunities on an interactive online platform available all year round. Access more innovation. Explore the future of Africa's automotive industry with auto manufacturers, OEMs and suppliers. Access more growth. See the next generation of African innovators showcase their bold ideas and prototypes at our dedicated pavilion for African youth startups. Access more connections. IATF 2025 Global Africa Day will highlight commercial and cultural ties between Africa and its diaspora, featuring a Global Africa Summit, a market, exhibitions and a distinctly African cultural and gastronomic showcase. Access more expertise. Dive into cutting-edge research and inventions by students, academics and national researchers that are shaping Africa's future with the Africa Research and Innovation Hub at IATF. Access more partnerships. The African Sub-Sovereign Governments Network Conference presents a platform to promote intra-African trade and investment, educational and cultural exchanges, and effective and active engagement on the development of Africa regions in the context of the AfCFTA. Access more of Africa's potential. With access to a unified African market of 1.4 billion people and a GDP of $3.5 trillion created under the AfCFTA, IATF 2025 offers unparalleled opportunities to trade, grow, and thrive. African Export-Import Bank, African Union, AfCFTA Secretariat, and the People's Democratic Republic of Algeria invite you to join us at the IATF 2025 in Algiers, Algeria, your gateway to new opportunities. Don't miss out. Visit Intra-AfricanTradeFair.com to confirm your participation and access more today. Get ready for the 4th Intra-African Trade Fair in the People's Republic of Algeria. Africa's premier trade and investment event is presented by the African Export-Import Bank, Afreximbank, the African Union Commission, and the AfCFTA Secretariat. Join us from September the 4th to the 10th, 2025 to access more opportunities for trade, partnerships and possibilities across Africa. With over 2,000 exhibitors, 35,000 plus attendees from 140 plus countries, and the potential to generate $44 billion in trade and investment opportunities, this edition is set to be a game changer. Access more trade. Showcase your products and services in our customized pavilions, designed to connect you with sponsors, investors, partners and decision makers from business, government, the diaspora, the Caribbean and the rest of the world. Whether you're a seasoned player or a startup, IATF 2025 opens doors to more connections, collaborations and growth. Over 7 exciting days, you'll be inspired by distinguished leading speakers from Africa and around the globe and gain valuable insights into the continent's trade and investment landscape, while elevating your brand recognition and showcasing your vibrant range of African products and services. Access more insights. Be inspired by world-class speakers and industry leaders at the Trade and Investment Forum. Learn about trade opportunities under AfCFTA. Tackle key barriers to intra-African trade and gain practical tools through training workshops on exporting, standards and marketing. Access more creativity. Celebrate Africa's vibrant creative economy at the Creative Africa Nexus, where fashion, music, film, arts and crafts, sports, literature and culinary arts take center stage. Discover new markets and untapped talent in an atmosphere brimming with energy and innovation. Access more markets. The African Buyers Program and matchmaking sessions ensure meaningful exchanges, enabling businesses to conclude impactful deals. Access more engagement. The Special Day segment is open to countries, private and public sector entities and offers tailored opportunities for countries and entities to highlight their trade, investment, tourism and cultural potential. Access more connections. Through the IATF virtual platform, you can showcase your goods, services and investment opportunities on an interactive online platform available all year round. Access more innovation. Explore the future of Africa's automotive industry with auto manufacturers, OEMs and suppliers. Access more growth. See the next generation of African innovators showcase their bold ideas and prototypes at our dedicated pavilion for African youth startups. Access more connections. IATF 2025 Global Africa Day will highlight commercial and cultural ties between Africa and its diaspora, featuring a Global Africa Summit, a market, exhibitions and a distinctly African cultural and gastronomic showcase. Access more expertise. Dive into cutting-edge research and inventions by students, academics and national researchers that are shaping Africa's future with the Africa Research and Innovation Hub at IATF. Access more partnerships. The African Sub-Sovereign Governments Network Conference presents a platform to promote intra-African trade and investment, educational and cultural exchanges, and effective and active engagement on the development of Africa regions in the context of the AfCFTA. Access more of Africa's potential. With access to a unified African market of 1.4 billion people and a GDP of $3.5 trillion created under the AfCFTA, IATF 2025 offers unparalleled opportunities to trade, grow, and thrive. African Export-Import Bank, African Union, AfCFTA Secretariat, and the People's Democratic Republic of Algeria invite you to join us at the IATF 2025 in Algiers, Algeria, your gateway to new opportunities. Don't miss out. Visit Intra-AfricanTradeFair.com to confirm your participation and access more today. Get ready for the 4th Intra-African Trade Fair in the People's Republic of Algeria. Africa's premier trade and investment event is presented by the African Export-Import Bank, Afreximbank, the African Union Commission, and the AfCFTA Secretariat. Join us from September the 4th to the 10th, 2025 to access more opportunities for trade, partnerships and possibilities across Africa. With over 2,000 exhibitors, 35,000 plus attendees from 140 plus countries, and the potential to generate $44 billion in trade and investment opportunities, this edition is set to be a game changer. Access more trade. Showcase your products and services in our customized pavilions, designed to connect you with sponsors, investors, partners and decision makers from business, government, the diaspora, the Caribbean and the rest of the world. Whether you're a seasoned player or a startup, IATF 2025 opens doors to more connections, collaborations and growth. Over 7 exciting days, you'll be inspired by distinguished leading speakers from Africa and around the globe and gain valuable insights into the continent's trade and investment landscape, while elevating your brand recognition and showcasing your vibrant range of African products and services. Access more insights. Be inspired by world-class speakers and industry leaders at the Trade and Investment Forum. Learn about trade opportunities under AfCFTA. Tackle key barriers to intra-African trade and gain practical tools through training workshops on exporting, standards and marketing. Access more creativity. Celebrate Africa's vibrant creative economy at the Creative Africa Nexus, where fashion, music, film, arts and crafts, sports, literature and culinary arts take center stage. Discover new markets and untapped talent in an atmosphere brimming with energy and innovation. Access more markets. The African Buyers Program and matchmaking sessions ensure meaningful exchanges, enabling businesses to conclude impactful deals. Access more engagement. The Special Day segment is open to countries, private and public sector entities and offers tailored opportunities for countries and entities to highlight their trade, investment, tourism and cultural potential. Access more connections. Through the IATF virtual platform, you can showcase your goods, services and investment opportunities on an interactive online platform available all year round. Access more innovation. Explore the future of Africa's automotive industry with auto manufacturers, OEMs and suppliers. Access more growth. See the next generation of African innovators showcase their bold ideas and prototypes at our dedicated pavilion for African youth startups. Access more connections. IATF 2025 Global Africa Day will highlight commercial and cultural ties between Africa and its diaspora, featuring a Global Africa Summit, a market, exhibitions and a distinctly African cultural and gastronomic showcase. Access more expertise. Dive into cutting-edge research and inventions by students, academics and national researchers that are shaping Africa's future with the Africa Research and Innovation Hub at IATF. Access more partnerships. The African Sub-Sovereign Governments Network Conference presents a platform to promote intra-African trade and investment, educational and cultural exchanges, and effective and active engagement on the development of Africa regions in the context of the AfCFTA. Access more of Africa's potential. With access to a unified African market of 1.4 billion people and a GDP of $3.5 trillion created under the AfCFTA, IATF 2025 offers unparalleled opportunities to trade, grow, and thrive. African Export-Import Bank, African Union, AfCFTA Secretariat, and the People's Democratic Republic of Algeria invite you to join us at the IATF 2025 in Algiers, Algeria, your gateway to new opportunities. Don't miss out. Visit Intra-AfricanTradeFair.com to confirm your participation and access more today. Get ready for the 4th Intra-African Trade Fair in the People's Republic of Algeria. Africa's premier trade and investment event is presented by the African Export-Import Bank, Afreximbank, the African Union Commission, and the AfCFTA Secretariat. Join us from September the 4th to the 10th, 2025 to access more opportunities for trade, partnerships and possibilities across Africa. With over 2,000 exhibitors, 35,000 plus attendees from 140 plus countries, and the potential to generate $44 billion in trade and investment opportunities, this edition is set to be a game changer. Access more trade. Showcase your products and services in our customized pavilions, designed to connect you with sponsors, investors, partners and decision makers from business, government, the diaspora, the Caribbean and the rest of the world. Whether you're a seasoned player or a startup, IATF 2025 opens doors to more connections, collaborations and growth. Over 7 exciting days, you'll be inspired by distinguished leading speakers from Africa and around the globe and gain valuable insights into the continent's trade and investment landscape, while elevating your brand recognition and showcasing your vibrant range of African products and services. Access more insights. Be inspired by world-class speakers and industry leaders at the Trade and Investment Forum. Learn about trade opportunities under AfCFTA. Tackle key barriers to intra-African trade and gain practical tools through training workshops on exporting, standards and marketing. Access more creativity. Celebrate Africa's vibrant creative economy at the Creative Africa Nexus, where fashion, music, film, arts and crafts, sports, literature and culinary arts take center stage. Discover new markets and untapped talent in an atmosphere brimming with energy and innovation. Access more markets. The African Buyers Program and matchmaking sessions ensure meaningful exchanges, enabling businesses to conclude impactful deals. Access more engagement. The Special Day segment is open to countries, private and public sector entities and offers tailored opportunities for countries and entities to highlight their trade, investment, tourism and cultural potential. Access more connections. Through the IATF virtual platform, you can showcase your goods, services and investment opportunities on an interactive online platform available all year round. Access more innovation. Explore the future of Africa's automotive industry with auto manufacturers, OEMs and suppliers. Access more growth. See the next generation of African innovators showcase their bold ideas and prototypes at our dedicated pavilion for African youth startups. Access more connections. IATF 2025 Global Africa Day will highlight commercial and cultural ties between Africa and its diaspora, featuring a Global Africa Summit, a market, exhibitions and a distinctly African cultural and gastronomic showcase. Access more expertise. Dive into cutting-edge research and inventions by students, academics and national researchers that are shaping Africa's future with the Africa Research and Innovation Hub at IATF. Access more partnerships. The African Sub-Sovereign Governments Network Conference presents a platform to promote intra-African trade and investment, educational and cultural exchanges, and effective and active engagement on the development of Africa regions in the context of the AfCFTA. Access more of Africa's potential. With access to a unified African market of 1.4 billion people and a GDP of $3.5 trillion created under the AfCFTA, IATF 2025 offers unparalleled opportunities to trade, grow, and thrive. African Export-Import Bank, African Union, AfCFTA Secretariat, and the People's Democratic Republic of Algeria invite you to join us at the IATF 2025 in Algiers, Algeria, your gateway to new opportunities. Don't miss out. Visit Intra-African-Trade-Fair.com to confirm your participation and access more today. Get ready for the 4th Intra-African Trade Fair in the People's Republic of Algeria. Africa's premier trade and investment event is presented by the African Export-Import Bank, Afreximbank, the African Union Commission, and the AfCFTA Secretariat. Join us from September the 4th to the 10th, 2025 to access more opportunities for trade, partnerships and possibilities across Africa. With over 2,000 exhibitors, 35,000 plus attendees from 140 plus countries, and the potential to generate $44 billion in trade and investment opportunities, this edition is set to be a game changer. Access more trade. Showcase your products and services in our customized pavilions, designed to connect you with sponsors, investors, partners and decision makers from business, government, the diaspora, the Caribbean and the rest of the world. Whether you're a seasoned player or a startup, IATF 2025 opens doors to more connections, collaborations and growth. Over 7 exciting days, you'll be inspired by distinguished leading speakers from Africa and around the globe and gain valuable insights into the continent's trade and investment landscape, while elevating your brand recognition and showcasing your vibrant range of African products and services. Access more insights. Be inspired by world-class speakers and industry leaders at the Trade and Investment Forum. Learn about trade opportunities under AfCFTA. Tackle key barriers to intra-African trade and gain practical tools through training workshops on exporting, standards and marketing. Access more creativity. Celebrate Africa's vibrant creative economy at the Creative Africa Nexus, where fashion, music, film, arts and crafts, sports, literature and culinary arts take center stage. Discover new markets and untapped talent in an atmosphere brimming with energy and innovation. Access more markets. The African Buyers Program and matchmaking sessions ensure meaningful exchanges, enabling businesses to conclude impactful deals. Access more engagement. The Special Day segment is open to countries, private and public sector entities and offers tailored opportunities for countries and entities to highlight their trade, investment, tourism and cultural potential. Access more connections. Through the IATF virtual platform, you can showcase your goods, services and investment opportunities on an interactive online platform available all year round. Access more innovation. Explore the future of Africa's automotive industry with auto manufacturers, OEMs and suppliers. Access more growth. See the next generation of African innovators showcase their bold ideas and prototypes at our dedicated pavilion for African youth startups. Access more connections. IATF 2025 Global Africa Day will highlight commercial and cultural ties between Africa and its diaspora, featuring a Global Africa Summit, a market, exhibitions and a distinctly African cultural and gastronomic showcase. Access more expertise. Dive into cutting-edge research and inventions by students, academics and national researchers that are shaping Africa's future with the Africa Research and Innovation Hub at IATF. Access more partnerships. The African Sub-Sovereign Governments Network Conference presents a platform to promote intra-African trade and investment, educational and cultural exchanges, and effective and active engagement on the development of Africa regions in the context of the AfCFTA. Access more of Africa's potential. With access to a unified African market of 1.4 billion people and a GDP of $3.5 trillion created under the AfCFTA, IATF 2025 offers unparalleled opportunities to trade, grow, and thrive. African Export-Import Bank, African Union, AfCFTA Secretariat, and the People's Democratic Republic of Algeria invite you to join us at the IATF 2025 in Algiers, Algeria, your gateway to new opportunities. Don't miss out. Visit Intra-AfricanTradeFair.com to confirm your participation and access more today. Get ready for the 4th Intra-African Trade Fair in the People's Republic of Algeria. Africa's premier trade and investment event is presented by the African Export-Import Bank, Afreximbank, the African Union Commission, and the AfCFTA Secretariat. Join us from September the 4th to the 10th, 2025 to access more opportunities for trade, partnerships and possibilities across Africa. With over 2,000 exhibitors, 35,000 plus attendees from 140 plus countries, and the potential to generate $44 billion in trade and investment opportunities, this edition is set to be a game changer. Access more trade. Showcase your products and services in our customized pavilions, designed to connect you with sponsors, investors, partners and decision makers from business, government, the diaspora, the Caribbean and the rest of the world. Whether you're a seasoned player or a startup, IATF 2025 opens doors to more connections, collaborations and growth. Over 7 exciting days, you'll be inspired by distinguished leading speakers from Africa and around the globe and gain valuable insights into the continent's trade and investment landscape, while elevating your brand recognition and showcasing your vibrant range of African products and services. Access more insights. Be inspired by world-class speakers and industry leaders at the Trade and Investment Forum. Learn about trade opportunities under AfCFTA. Tackle key barriers to intra-African trade and gain practical tools through training workshops on exporting, standards and marketing. Access more creativity. Celebrate Africa's vibrant creative economy at the Creative Africa Nexus, where fashion, music, film, arts and crafts, sports, literature and culinary arts take center stage. Discover new markets and untapped talent in an atmosphere brimming with energy and innovation. Access more markets. The African Buyers Program and matchmaking sessions ensure meaningful exchanges, enabling businesses to conclude impactful deals. Access more engagement. The Special Day segment is open to countries, private and public sector entities and offers tailored opportunities for countries and entities to highlight their trade, investment, tourism and cultural potential. Access more connections. Through the IATF virtual platform, you can showcase your goods, services and investment opportunities on an interactive online platform available all year round. Access more innovation. Explore the future of Africa's automotive industry with auto manufacturers, OEMs and suppliers. Access more growth. See the next generation of African innovators showcase their bold ideas and prototypes at our dedicated pavilion for African youth startups. Access more connections. IATF 2025 Global Africa Day will highlight commercial and cultural ties between Africa and its diaspora, featuring a Global Africa Summit, a market, exhibitions and a distinctly African cultural and gastronomic showcase. Access more expertise. Dive into cutting-edge research and inventions by students, academics and national researchers that are shaping Africa's future with the Africa Research and Innovation Hub at IATF. Access more partnerships. The African Sub-Sovereign Governments Network Conference presents a platform to promote intra-African trade and investment, educational and cultural exchanges, and effective and active engagement on the development of Africa regions in the context of the AfCFTA. Access more of Africa's potential. With access to a unified African market of 1.4 billion people and a GDP of $3.5 trillion created under the AfCFTA, IATF 2025 offers unparalleled opportunities to trade, grow, and thrive. African Export-Import Bank, African Union, AfCFTA Secretariat, and the People's Democratic Republic of Algeria invite you to join us at the IATF 2025 in Algiers, Algeria, your gateway to new opportunities. Don't miss out. Visit Intra-AfricanTradeFair.com to confirm your participation and access more today. Get ready for the 4th Intra-African Trade Fair in the People's Republic of Algeria. Africa's premier trade and investment event is presented by the African Export-Import Bank, Afreximbank, the African Union Commission, and the AfCFTA Secretariat. Join us from September the 4th to the 10th, 2025 to access more opportunities for trade, partnerships and possibilities across Africa. With over 2,000 exhibitors, 35,000 plus attendees from 140 plus countries and the potential to generate $44 billion in trade and investment opportunities, this edition is set to be a game changer. Access more trade. Showcase your products and services in our customized pavilions, designed to connect you with sponsors, investors, partners and decision makers from business, government, the diaspora, the Caribbean and the rest of the world. Whether you're a seasoned player or a startup, IATF 2025 opens doors to more connections, collaborations and growth. Over 7 exciting days, you'll be inspired by distinguished leading speakers from Africa and around the globe and gain valuable insights into the continent's trade and investment landscape, while elevating your brand recognition and showcasing your vibrant range of African products and services. Access more insights. Be inspired by world-class speakers and industry leaders at the Trade and Investment Forum. Learn about trade opportunities under AfCFTA. Tackle key barriers to intra-African trade and gain practical tools through training workshops on exporting, standards and marketing. Access more creativity. Celebrate Africa's vibrant creative economy at the Creative Africa Nexus, where fashion, music, film, arts and crafts, sports, literature and culinary arts take center stage. Discover new markets and untapped talent in an atmosphere brimming with energy and innovation. Access more markets. The African Buyers Program and matchmaking sessions ensure meaningful exchanges, enabling businesses to conclude impactful deals. Access more engagement. The Special Day segment is open to countries, private and public sector entities and offers tailored opportunities for countries and entities to highlight their trade, investment, tourism and cultural potential. Access more connections. Through the IATF virtual platform, you can showcase your goods, services and investment opportunities on an interactive online platform available all year round. Access more innovation. Explore the future of Africa's automotive industry with auto manufacturers, OEMs and suppliers. Access more growth. See the next generation of African innovators showcase their bold ideas and prototypes at our dedicated pavilion for African youth startups. Access more connections. IATF 2025 Global Africa Day will highlight commercial and cultural ties between Africa and its diaspora, featuring a Global Africa Summit, a market, exhibitions and a distinctly African cultural and gastronomic showcase. Access more expertise. Dive into cutting-edge research and inventions by students, academics and national researchers that are shaping Africa's future with the Africa Research and Innovation Hub at IATF. Access more partnerships. The African Sub-Sovereign Governments Network Conference presents a platform to promote intra-African trade and investment, educational and cultural exchanges, and effective and active engagement on the development of Africa regions in the context of the AfCFTA. Access more of Africa's potential. With access to a unified African market of 1.4 billion people and a GDP of $3.5 trillion created under the AfCFTA, IATF 2025 offers unparalleled opportunities to trade, grow, and thrive. African Export-Import Bank, African Union, AfCFTA Secretariat, and the People's Democratic Republic of Algeria invite you to join us at the IATF 2025 in Algiers, Algeria, your gateway to new opportunities. Don't miss out. Visit Intra-AfricanTradeFair.com to confirm your participation and access more today. Get ready for the 4th Intra-African Trade Fair in the People's Republic of Algeria. Africa's premier trade and investment event is presented by the African Export-Import Bank, Afreximbank, the African Union Commission, and the AfCFTA Secretariat. Join us from September the 4th to the 10th, 2025 to access more opportunities for trade, partnerships and possibilities across Africa. With over 2,000 exhibitors, 35,000 plus attendees from 140 plus countries, and the potential to generate $44 billion in trade and investment opportunities, this edition is set to be a game changer. Access more trade. Showcase your products and services in our customized pavilions, designed to connect you with sponsors, investors, partners and decision makers from business, government, the diaspora, the Caribbean and the rest of the world. Whether you're a seasoned player or a startup, IATF 2025 opens doors to more connections, collaborations and growth. Over 7 exciting days, you'll be inspired by distinguished leading speakers from Africa and around the globe and gain valuable insights into the continent's trade and investment landscape, while elevating your brand recognition and showcasing your vibrant range of African products and services. Access more insights. Be inspired by world-class speakers and industry leaders at the Trade and Investment Forum. Learn about trade opportunities under AfCFTA. Tackle key barriers to intra-African trade and gain practical tools through training workshops on exporting, standards and marketing. Access more creativity. Celebrate Africa's vibrant creative economy at the Creative Africa Nexus, where fashion, music, film, arts and crafts, sports, literature and culinary arts take center stage. Discover new markets and untapped talent in an atmosphere brimming with energy and innovation. Access more markets. The African Buyers Program and matchmaking sessions ensure meaningful exchanges, enabling businesses to conclude impactful deals. Access more engagement. The Special Day segment is open to countries, private and public sector entities and offers tailored opportunities for countries and entities to highlight their trade, investment, tourism and cultural potential. Access more connections. Through the IATF virtual platform, you can showcase your goods, services and investment opportunities on an interactive online platform available all year round. Access more innovation. Explore the future of Africa's automotive industry with auto manufacturers, OEMs and suppliers. Access more growth. See the next generation of African innovators showcase their bold ideas and prototypes at our dedicated pavilion for African youth startups. Access more connections. IATF 2025 Global Africa Day will highlight commercial and cultural ties between Africa and its diaspora, featuring a Global Africa Summit, a market, exhibitions and a distinctly African cultural and gastronomic showcase. Access more expertise. Dive into cutting-edge research and inventions by students, academics and national researchers that are shaping Africa's future with the Africa Research and Innovation Hub at IATF. Access more partnerships. The African Sub-Sovereign Governments Network Conference presents a platform to promote intra-African trade and investment, educational and cultural exchanges, and effective and active engagement on the development of Africa regions in the context of the AfCFTA. Access more of Africa's potential. With access to a unified African market of 1.4 billion people and a GDP of $3.5 trillion created under the AfCFTA, IATF 2025 offers unparalleled opportunities to trade, grow, and thrive. African Export-Import Bank, African Union, AfCFTA Secretariat, and the People's Democratic Republic of Algeria invite you to join us at the IATF 2025 in Algiers, Algeria, your gateway to new opportunities. Don't miss out. Visit Intra-AfricanTradeFair.com to confirm your participation and access more today. Get ready for the 4th Intra-African Trade Fair in the People's Republic of Algeria. Africa's premier trade and investment event is presented by the African Export-Import Bank, Afreximbank, the African Union Commission, and the AfCFTA Secretariat. Join us from September the 4th to the 10th, 2025 to access more opportunities for trade, partnerships and possibilities across Africa. With over 2,000 exhibitors, 35,000 plus attendees from 140 plus countries, and the potential to generate $44 billion in trade and investment opportunities, this edition is set to be a game changer. Access more trade. Showcase your products and services in our customized pavilions, designed to connect you with sponsors, investors, partners and decision makers from business, government, the diaspora, the Caribbean and the rest of the world. Whether you're a seasoned player or a startup, IATF 2025 opens doors to more connections, collaborations and growth. Over 7 exciting days, you'll be inspired by distinguished leading speakers from Africa and around the globe and gain valuable insights into the continent's trade and investment landscape, while elevating your brand recognition and showcasing your vibrant range of African products and services. Access more insights. Be inspired by world-class speakers and industry leaders at the Trade and Investment Forum. Learn about trade opportunities under AfCFTA. Tackle key barriers to intra-African trade and gain practical tools through training workshops on exporting, standards and marketing. Access more creativity. Celebrate Africa's vibrant creative economy at the Creative Africa Nexus, where fashion, music, film, arts and crafts, sports, literature and culinary arts take center stage. Discover new markets and untapped talent in an atmosphere brimming with energy and innovation. Access more markets. The African Buyers Program and matchmaking sessions ensure meaningful exchanges, enabling businesses to conclude impactful deals. Access more engagement. The Special Day segment is open to countries, private and public sector entities and offers tailored opportunities for countries and entities to highlight their trade, investment, tourism and cultural potential. Access more connections. Through the IATF virtual platform, you can showcase your goods, services and investment opportunities on an interactive online platform available all year round. Access more innovation. Explore the future of Africa's automotive industry with auto manufacturers, OEMs and suppliers. Access more growth. See the next generation of African innovators showcase their bold ideas and prototypes at our dedicated pavilion for African youth startups. Access more connections. IATF 2025 Global Africa Day will highlight commercial and cultural ties between Africa and its diaspora, featuring a Global Africa Summit, a market, exhibitions and a distinctly African cultural and gastronomic showcase. Access more expertise. Dive into cutting-edge research and inventions by students, academics and national researchers that are shaping Africa's future with the Africa Research and Innovation Hub at IATF. Access more partnerships. The African Sub-Sovereign Governments Network Conference presents a platform to promote intra-African trade and investment, educational and cultural exchanges, and effective and active engagement on the development of Africa regions in the context of the AfCFTA. Access more of Africa's potential. With access to a unified African market of 1.4 billion people and a GDP of $3.5 trillion created under the AfCFTA, IATF 2025 offers unparalleled opportunities to trade, grow, and thrive. African Export-Import Bank, African Union, AfCFTA Secretariat, and the People's Democratic Republic of Algeria invite you to join us at the IATF 2025 in Algiers, Algeria, your gateway to new opportunities. Don't miss out. Visit Intra-AfricanTradeFair.com to confirm your participation and access more today. Get ready for the 4th Intra-African Trade Fair in the People's Republic of Algeria. Africa's premier trade and investment event is presented by the African Export-Import Bank, Afreximbank, the African Union Commission, and the AfCFTA Secretariat. Join us from September the 4th to the 10th, 2025 to access more opportunities for trade, partnerships and possibilities across Africa. With over 2,000 exhibitors, 35,000 plus attendees from 140 plus countries, and the potential to generate $44 billion in trade and investment opportunities, this edition is set to be a game changer. Access more trade. Showcase your products and services in our customized pavilions, designed to connect you with sponsors, investors, partners and decision makers from business, government, the diaspora, the Caribbean and the rest of the world. Whether you're a seasoned player or a startup, IATF 2025 opens doors to more connections, collaborations and growth. Over 7 exciting days, you'll be inspired by distinguished leading speakers from Africa and around the globe and gain valuable insights into the continent's trade and investment landscape, while elevating your brand recognition and showcasing your vibrant range of African products and services. Access more insights. Be inspired by world-class speakers and industry leaders at the Trade and Investment Forum. Learn about trade opportunities under AfCFTA. Tackle key barriers to intra-African trade and gain practical tools through training workshops on exporting, standards and marketing. Access more creativity. Celebrate Africa's vibrant creative economy at the Creative Africa Nexus, where fashion, music, film, arts and crafts, sports, literature and culinary arts take center stage. Discover new markets and untapped talent in an atmosphere brimming with energy and innovation. Access more markets. The African Buyers Program and matchmaking sessions ensure meaningful exchanges, enabling businesses to conclude impactful deals. Access more engagement. The Special Day segment is open to countries, private and public sector entities and offers tailored opportunities for countries and entities to highlight their trade, investment, tourism and cultural potential. Access more connections. Through the IATF virtual platform, you can showcase your goods, services and investment opportunities on an interactive online platform available all year round. Access more innovation. Explore the future of Africa's automotive industry with auto manufacturers, OEMs and suppliers. Access more growth. See the next generation of African innovators showcase their bold ideas and prototypes at our dedicated pavilion for African youth startups. Access more connections. IATF 2025 Global Africa Day will highlight commercial and cultural ties between Africa and its diaspora, featuring a Global Africa Summit, a market, exhibitions and a distinctly African cultural and gastronomic showcase. Access more expertise. Dive into cutting-edge research and inventions by students, academics and national researchers that are shaping Africa's future with the Africa Research and Innovation Hub at IATF. Access more partnerships. The African Sub-Sovereign Governments Network Conference presents a platform to promote intra-African trade and investment, educational and cultural exchanges, and effective and active engagement on the development of Africa regions in the context of the AfCFTA. Access more of Africa's potential. With access to a unified African market of 1.4 billion people and a GDP of $3.5 trillion created under the AfCFTA, IATF 2025 offers unparalleled opportunities to trade, grow, and thrive. African Export-Import Bank, African Union, AfCFTA Secretariat, and the People's Democratic Republic of Algeria invite you to join us at the IATF 2025 in Algiers, Algeria, your gateway to new opportunities. Don't miss out. Visit Intra-African-Trade-Fair.com to confirm your participation and access more today. Get ready for the 4th Intra-African Trade Fair in the People's Republic of Algeria. Africa's premier trade and investment event is presented by the African Export-Import Bank, Afreximbank, the African Union Commission, and the AfCFTA Secretariat. Join us from September the 4th to the 10th, 2025 to access more opportunities for trade, partnerships and possibilities across Africa. With over 2,000 exhibitors, 35,000 plus attendees from 140 plus countries, and the potential to generate $44 billion in trade and investment opportunities, this edition is set to be a game changer. Access more trade. Showcase your products and services in our customized pavilions, designed to connect you with sponsors, investors, partners and decision makers from business, government, the diaspora, the Caribbean and the rest of the world. Whether you're a seasoned player or a startup, IATF 2025 opens doors to more connections, collaborations, and growth. Over 7 exciting days, you'll be inspired by distinguished leading speakers from Africa and around the globe and gain valuable insights into the continent's trade and investment landscape, while elevating your brand recognition and showcasing your vibrant range of African products and services. Access more insights. Be inspired by world-class speakers and industry leaders at the Trade and Investment Forum. Learn about trade opportunities under AfCFTA. Tackle key barriers to intra-African trade and gain practical tools through training workshops on exporting, standards, and marketing. Access more creativity. Celebrate Africa's vibrant creative economy at the Creative Africa Nexus, where fashion, music, film, arts and crafts, sports, literature, and culinary arts take center stage. Discover new markets and untapped talent in an atmosphere brimming with energy and innovation. Access more markets. The African Buyers Program and matchmaking sessions ensure meaningful exchanges, enabling businesses to conclude impactful deals. Access more engagement. The Special Day segment is open to countries, private and public sector entities and offers tailored opportunities for countries and entities to highlight their trade, investment, tourism and cultural potential. Access more connections. Through the IATF virtual platform, you can showcase your goods, services and investment opportunities on an interactive online platform available all year round. Access more innovation. Explore the future of Africa's automotive industry with auto manufacturers, OEMs and suppliers. Access more growth. See the next generation of African innovators showcase their bold ideas and prototypes at our dedicated pavilion for African youth startups. Access more connections. IATF 2025 Global Africa Day will highlight commercial and cultural ties between Africa and its diaspora, featuring a Global Africa Summit, a market, exhibitions, and a distinctly African cultural and gastronomic showcase. Access more expertise. Dive into cutting-edge research and inventions by students, academics, and national researchers that are shaping Africa's future with the Africa Research and Innovation Hub at IATF. Access more partnerships. The African Sub-Sovereign Governments Network Conference presents a platform to promote intra-African trade and investment, educational and cultural exchanges, and effective and active engagement on the development of Africa regions in the context of the AfCFTA. Access more of Africa's potential. With access to a unified African market of 1.4 billion people and a GDP of $3.5 trillion created under the AfCFTA, IATF 2025 offers unparalleled opportunities to trade, grow, and thrive. African Export-Import Bank, African Union, AfCFTA Secretariat, and the People's Democratic Republic of Algeria invite you to join us at the IATF 2025 in Algiers, Algeria, your gateway to new opportunities. Don't miss out. Visit Intra-AfricanTradeFair.com to confirm your participation and access more today. Get ready for the 4th Intra-African Trade Fair in the People's Republic of Algeria. Africa's premier trade and investment event is presented by the African Export-Import Bank, Afreximbank, the African Union Commission, and the AfCFTA Secretariat. Join us from September the 4th to the 10th, 2025 to access more opportunities for trade, partnerships and possibilities across Africa. With over 2,000 exhibitors, 35,000 plus attendees from 140 plus countries, and the potential to generate $44 billion in trade and investment opportunities, this edition is set to be a game changer. Access more trade. Showcase your products and services in our customized pavilions, designed to connect you with sponsors, investors, partners, and decision makers from business, government, the diaspora, the Caribbean, and the rest of the world. Whether you're a seasoned player or a startup, IATF 2025 opens doors to more connections, collaborations, and growth. Over 7 exciting days, you'll be inspired by distinguished leading speakers from Africa and around the globe and gain valuable insights into the continent's trade and investment landscape, while elevating your brand recognition and showcasing your vibrant range of African products and services. Access more insights. Be inspired by world-class speakers and industry leaders at the Trade and Investment Forum. Learn about trade opportunities under AfCFTA. Tackle key barriers to intra-African trade and gain practical tools through training workshops on exporting, standards and marketing. Access more creativity. Celebrate Africa's vibrant creative economy at the Creative Africa Nexus, where fashion, music, film, arts and crafts, sports, literature and culinary arts take center stage. Discover new markets and untapped talent in an atmosphere brimming with energy and innovation. Access more markets. The African Buyers Program and matchmaking sessions ensure meaningful exchanges, enabling businesses to conclude impactful deals. Access more engagement. The Special Day segment is open to countries, private and public sector entities and offers tailored opportunities for countries and entities to highlight their trade, investment, tourism and cultural potential. Access more connections. Through the IATF virtual platform, you can showcase your goods, services and investment opportunities on an interactive online platform available all year round. Access more innovation. Explore the future of Africa's automotive industry with auto manufacturers, OEMs and suppliers. Access more growth. See the next generation.
It's a new day. It's a new beginning. Higher grounds we're lifting off. Nothing holds us bound. Can you see it? The light of Africa is rising to higher grounds we're lifting off. Nothing holds us bound. So come on and come on. We call on, oh Africa, come let us build a dream for all. Together we grow stronger and united. Paint out the sky with the bright colors of your flags and say goodbye to the darkness of the past. We're stepping forward, we're rising up. Oh Africa, our time is now. Break down the chains, clear the lines that separate, and shine a light on the things that make us great. We're stepping forward, we're rising up. Oh Africa, our time is now. Oh, 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 yeah. We know we got that power. Africa, we are strong. One nation to another. See now we stand as one to celebrate our victory, riches and glory of the motherland, and nothing holds us bound. So come on and come on. We call on, oh Africa, come let us build a dream for all. Forever we grow stronger and united. Paint out the sky with the bright colors of your flags and say goodbye to the darkness of the past. We're stepping forward, we're rising up. Oh Africa, chains, clear the lines that separate, and shine the light on the things that make us great. We're stepping forward, we're rising up. Oh, Africa, our time is now. Oh, 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 Africa. It's a new day. It's a new beginning. Higher ground, willing to know.
Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, once again, a very good morning to each and every one of you. I was hoping we'd get a reply, but I'll give you some time to warm up. It's a delight to have you all with us once again, ladies and gentlemen, and thank you so much for your patience and time as we've been here in the room ensuring that we all actively participate in the Intra-Africa Trade Fair for 2025, and this is the Johannesburg Business Roadshow. We appreciate many of you who have come through to participate in these intriguing conversations that we'll have over the next few hours to ensure that we capitalize on a key opportunity to offer robust economic growth, prosperity for people, and most importantly, adding to our competitiveness as a continent by taking advantage of the Africa Free Trade Continental Area Act, established back in 2018 with significant promise to be a key contributor to advancing investment and trade across our borders on the continent. Before I get into the details of the conference, I'd like to take this opportunity to acknowledge dignitaries as well as leaders of institutions that have gathered with us here today. To acknowledge all protocol, I start by acknowledging the presence of Her Excellency Baleka Mbete, who has served as the Deputy President of the Republic of South Africa and Speaker in the National Assembly. The Honorable Deputy Minister of Public Works and Infrastructure, Mr. Sihle Zikalala. His Excellency Ambassador of Algeria to South Africa and Lesotho, Mr. Ali Achoui. Joined by His Excellency in absentia, Wamkele Mene, Secretary General of the Africa Continental Free Trade Area Secretariat. I'd like to acknowledge the Afreximbank board member, Ronin Duli, Dean of the African Ambassadors in South Africa, Ambassador Andre Nzapayeke, and of course acknowledging all significant dignitaries who have joined us in the room this morning. Respective leaders of government institutions, state organs, captains of industry, entrepreneurs, ladies and gentlemen, if I have failed to acknowledge you, please accept my apologies, but on that note, all protocol observed. Thank you again to each and every one of you for making the time to join us today. As has been mentioned, what we're gathered here for is part of a continental movement. We're building up on conversations that have already taken place in markets like Ghana, in Kenya, and now today here in Johannesburg, where we're building to a journey that we want to embark on, taking place in at least 80 days from now, where we'll all gather in Algeria to understand the opportunities that exist with the Intra-Africa Trade Fair that is will be participating to ensure that we unlock a lot more opportunities on the continent. I do want to remind you that this particular event is of significance as it is in collaboration and organized rather by the Afreximbank, the African Export and Import Bank, also in collaboration with the African Union and the AfCFTA Secretariat. As has been mentioned, many of you have joined us today for a robust conversation, some key insight, data, and analysis. And before we actually get the program started, once again, our apologies for the late start. We will endeavor that throughout the course of the day, we will ensure that we give you the necessary insight you need at an accelerated pace to ensure that we get through the speakers, the presentations, and the various panelists that we have here today. But as mentioned, before we get started, we will be participating in an introductory conversation that will take place, one that will set the tone and the theme for what it is that we gathered here for, and the policy that sits at the foundation of the opportunities we want to embark on. I'm excited to see some familiar faces in the room. Some of you represent some key infrastructure players in the country. Perhaps you can raise your hand up high so that we can see you. I see you, but you're shy. That's okay. I see a few faces of entrepreneurs as well. Many of you in the creative industry space. Some of you within automotive industry, even within the fashion industry. I see a few of you. Entrepreneurs, feel free to raise your hand up high. There we go. Are there any financiers in the room? Because ultimately we can talk trade, we can talk business, but we need money. Financiers, bankers, raise your hands up really high so that we do see you as key participants. And everyone puts their hand quite low, right? Because you know what will happen. We'll come to you to seek that funding. But I ask these questions intentionally because unless we know who is in the room, we won't know who to speak to and how to partner together. And that's the objective of this business fair. Understanding not only who is in the room from a South African point of view, what opportunities we've been able to embark on as peers in this particular region, but understanding how we build up on these lessons as we prepare to continue trading with the rest of our peers across the continent. So I strongly encourage you to network, to interact, to engage, and most importantly, keep an open mind. What you'll hear today is just going to be the beginning of what needs to have consequential outcomes to the trade that we want to advance upon. So on that note, I'm still giving you some time to warm up because I can imagine you're not impressed with me right now. But on that note, as we get ready to introduce the first speaker, I strongly want to encourage you to please keep your cell phones on silent. The restrooms are located outside this venue. We are not anticipating any emergency drills to be taking place. So if you hear an alarm, don't run, but please pay careful attention to the emergency exits that are available and follow the leadership and direction of the emergency staff who are present here at the venue. On that note, we want to build up the excitement, and I'm quite keen to hear if you are all keen and eager to participate in trade this morning. Are we, ladies and gentlemen? There we go. It can get a bit warmer, but we're still in first gear. To shift us, though, off into the next territory, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to hear our opening remarks from a key leader within Afreximbank. As you would know by now, Afreximbank is a key partner to the gathering of the Intra-African Trade Fair. As an institution that helps to facilitate trade, prioritizes production, and of course investment across the continent by partnering with the right enablers, it literally unlocks opportunities across the borders of the continent. To share opening remarks and give us some perspective, please warmly welcome to the front of the stage the Director of Regional Operations at Afreximbank, Mr. Humphrey Nugo, to tell us more. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Program Director. Her Excellency, Madam Mbete, former Deputy President of South Africa. Excellency, Honorable Zikalala, somebody I will call the very strong friend of Afreximbank, Deputy Minister of Public Works, thank you so much for coming. In absentia, Secretary General of the AfCFTA, Wamkele Mena, who will join us by video. Excellencies, ambassadors here present, including the Ambassador of Algeria, the host of the IATF2025, Ambassador Ali Achui, thank you for joining. Mr. Gilbert Mafula, the CEO of ECIC, Mr. Ron Intuli, the board member of Afreximbank, here present, captains of industry, I welcome you all. And distinguished ladies and gentlemen, it gives me great pleasure indeed to be here this morning in this vibrant and industrial city of Johannesburg, a city that has long stood at the crossroads of commerce, culture, and continental ambition. This morning, I bring you very warm greetings from the African Export-Import Bank and express our sincere appreciation to all our South African partners for joining hands with us to advance the shared vision of Africa's economic transformation. Allow me to particularly thank the government of South Africa, the city of Johannesburg, the AfCFTA Secretariat, and all the stakeholders who have worked tirelessly to make this roadshow possible. Your commitment to this cause is deeply, deeply, deeply appreciated. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, we are gathered here today with a purpose and urgency. This roadshow is part of our collective effort to build momentum towards Intra-African Trade Fair 2025, which will take place in Algiers, Algeria, between 4th and 10th September this year. But more importantly, it is about mobilizing action. Action that ensures South Africa's public and private sectors are well represented and competitively positioned to seize the opportunities this landmark event will offer. At the heart of today's event is a bold idea that Africa can and must trade more with itself. Not only in raw materials, but in value-added goods, in services and innovations. That idea is the engine behind the Africa Continental Free Trade Area. And the Intra-African Trade Fair, which we are here to promote today, has been seen as the commercial face and marketplace of the AfCFTA. One of the persistent barriers to intra-African trade is not tariffs, nor logistics alone, but access to accurate and timely and actionable market intelligence. Trade, as you know, cannot flourish in the absence of information. A striking illustration of this gap is the leather industry. Tunisia, Morocco, and South Africa collectively import over $400 million worth of leather goods annually, primarily from Europe and South America. Even though countries like Ethiopia, Kenya, and Sudan possess both the capacity and the quality to supply a significant portion of that demand. So the problem here is not capacity. The problem is connectivity. The problem is lack of information. Similarly, West African countries spend over $3 billion annually importing meat products from countries as distant as Argentina and Australia. While nations such as Mali, Namibia, Chad, Sudan, Botswana, South Africa, and Zambia have the production capacity to meet much of this demand. These imbalances are not merely economic inefficiencies. They represent missed opportunities for job creation, for value addition and economic diversification across our continent. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, the increasing relevance of the Intra-African Trade Fair has been recognized at the highest levels. The African Union has officially designated IATF as the commercial face of the AfCFTA and has integrated it into its institutional framework. At the 2024 AU Summit, heads of state and government welcomed the tangible impact of the trade fair on boosting intra-African trade volumes, and celebrated a cross-border agreement signed across multiple sectors, from manufacturing to digital to agriculture. We must therefore see IATF not just as a marketplace, but as a strategic tool of implementation. It is where policy meets practice, and where Africa's trade integration agenda is converted into real-world transactions and transformative outcomes. Over the past 6 years, the IATF has grown from an aspirational platform to a proven, high-impact engine of trade and investment. Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, at the inaugural event in Cairo in 2018, over 1,000 exhibitors exhibited their goods and generated over 32 billion in trade deals. In Durban, which Honorable Deputy Minister assisted us to host at the height of COVID in 2021, despite a challenging global environment, the fair welcomed more than 1,500 exhibitors and 32,000 participants, delivering 42+ billion in side transactions. Then once again in Cairo in 2023, nearly 2,000 exhibitors from 65 countries generated $43 billion in trade and investment deals. Cumulatively, IATF has attracted over 4,500 exhibitors, more than 70,000 visitors, and facilitated over $100 billion in deals. These are not just numbers. These are testament to Africa's appetite for intra-continental trade and its ability to convert vision into value. And yet, we know, this is only the beginning. With the AfCFTA now fully operational and encompassing 1.4 billion people and a GDP in excess of 3.5 trillion, Africa is emerging as the world's largest free trade area by number of participating countries. The scale of opportunity is historic. But opportunity means nothing without platforms like the IATF that enable connection, visibility, and transaction. That is what IATF offers. South Africa, in particular, has a vital role to play in the journey. This country is at the nerve center of Africa's integration agenda. But beyond symbolism, South Africa has the economic foundations, entrepreneurial spirit, and institutional strength to lead by example. With a growing manufacturing base, a strong agricultural sector, and a dynamic SME ecosystem, South Africa is well positioned to integrate into regional value chains, expand its exports value added, and attract investment from across the continent and beyond. So what does IATF 2025 hold in store for you? In Algiers, Algeria in September, we are targeting more than 2,000 exhibitors from over 75 countries. We expect over 35,000 participants, including virtual participants, and we expect to sign over $44 billion in new trade and investment deals. The program will include a 7-day trade exhibition, a 4-day trade and investment forum featuring leading speakers from Africa and beyond, business-to-business and business-to-government platform for matchmaking and business exchanges, special days dedicated for countries as well as public and private entities to showcase trade and investment opportunities, as well as tourism and cultural attractions. A Creative Africa Nexus program to showcase Africa's creative talent and opportunities. An automotive show for auto manufacturers, assemblers, original equipment manufacturers, and component suppliers. The Sub-Sovereign Government Network for sub-sovereign government to promote trade, investment, educational and cultural exchanges. An AU Youth and Startup Program showcasing innovative ideas and prototypes. A research and innovation hub targeting the academia, national researchers to exhibit their innovations and research projects, and a global diaspora day. And for those who are not able to make it, we extend this experience through a virtual trade fair, ensuring digital access to content, contacts, and commercial opportunities. But let me be clear. We are not just asking South Africa to attend. We are here to invite South Africa to lead. We want to see your businesses exhibiting, South African provinces hosting pavilions, creatives performing, entrepreneurs closing deals. We want to see the strength of South Africa private sector to be on full display in August. We also encourage government agencies, chambers, cooperatives, youth innovators, and investors to begin to prepare for the trade fair now. It is only 3 months away. As I've said, it offers unmatched visibility, connectivity, and market access. Together, let us ensure that South Africa is not just present, but prominent in August. Ladies and gentlemen, as I conclude, let me reiterate that Intra-African Trade Fair is not just a side event on Africa's development. It is a central lever. It gives us the tools to connect ambition to capital, policy to productivity, and markets to manufacturers. Let us seize the moment. Let us prepare. Let us mobilize and lead. And let us ensure that when we gather in August in September, South Africa is at the heart of the conversation and at the front of the opportunity. I look forward to welcoming all of you to IATF 2025, the marketplace of AfCFTA, and a platform for a more prosperous Africa. I thank you for listening.
Thank you so much, sir. Much appreciated. Thank you kindly to Mr. Nmugo giving us some insight there. One thing is quite clear, the invitation has been offered to us as South Africans to actively participate. And not just as South Africans, but people within the southern region and hemisphere of the country, of the continent, to make sure that we actively participate in engaging in this platform. Now, for many of us, perhaps we do need a reminder just to fully comprehend why trade, not only in the region, but right across the continent, remains relevant. And for many decades on end, we've quoted numbers of intra-Africa regional trade sitting subpar, below 15%, which certainly highlights the ongoing challenge in comparison to our international counterparts, whether it's the likes of Europe and Asia, which sit at between 60 and 70%, or even other markets that find themselves at significantly higher levels of trade. One thing we know for sure that contributes to that is the necessary infrastructure development, the opportunities to access those markets, the dynamics in terms of their trade relations and partnerships that are forged. And given the geopolitics that we see right now, it's been clear that we as a continent also need to refocus our energy right here. To get a refresher of this, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to turn our attention to the screens where we're going to hear a welcoming video from the co-convener of the Intra-Africa Trade Fair, His Excellency Wamkele Mene, Secretary General of the Africa Continental Free Trade Area Secretariat. Please pay attention to the screens.
Honorable Minister Paxtau, Minister of Trade, Industry and Competition, senior leaders from Afreximbank, private sector leaders, ladies and gentlemen. It is an honor to speak and address this gathering, the IATF Roadshow in Johannesburg, South Africa. As you well know, This event is part of a series of awareness-raising campaigns across our continent, building awareness for the 2025 Intra-Africa Trade Fair. The Secretariat is proud to partner with Afreximbank and the African Union in co-convening the next edition of the Intra-Africa Trade Fair. Today, we are shining light on investment opportunities in Africa, a shining light on Intra-Africa Trade Fair, and a shining light on the provision of platforms for our SMEs to exhibit their products. This year's IATF comes at a challenging time. Our continent and individual countries are confronted with growing geopolitical uncertainties, climate-related disruptions, and ever-widening global inequalities. Shifts in international trade policy, particularly those from our traditional trading partners, pose a fundamental risk to our trade relations as we've known them. Yet, despite these headwinds, our continent has the capacity to navigate them successfully. Across Africa, we see a growing recognition of the need to accelerate our continent's industrial development, to invest strategically in manufacturing, in logistics, in value chains that will create jobs and continue on an inclusive path of growth. South Africa, with a well-established industrial base, is well positioned to lead the continent in ensuring the process of value addition on our continent. By integrating resources, integrating our trade policy with the endowment of natural resources that we have the capacity to accelerate our industrial development. The AfCFTA provides a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for us to act together to accelerate the vision of an integrated continent. Fostering regional value chains in key sectors, such as the automotive sector, with its emerging regional hubs and agribusiness, with its vast potential for inclusive growth, is absolutely critical. Developing interconnected regional value chains will promote technology transfer, diversification of intra-Africa export markets, and position our small-medium enterprises for benefits under this significant market. The IATF is a very strategic platform which is critical to achieving the vision of an industrialized continent that is able to produce its own goods and feed its own people. The IATF, therefore, is one of the tools of the AfCFTA Secretariat, Afreximbank, and the African Union in driving our ambitious agenda for economic integration, is absolutely pivotal. I want to urge all of you, small medium enterprises, large corporations, to take advantage of the IATF, to come to Algeria in September, to exhibit your services, your goods, and to make sure that you take advantage of the business connectivity platform, which is the IATF. I want to thank you very much for this opportunity, and I wish you very good discussions over the next few hours. I thank you.
Honourable Menno there for his acknowledgement in his absentia. As you can imagine, travelling across the continent and actively participating in the various roadshows doesn't mean that we don't have commitment, but it certainly underscores the fact that we are embarking on this journey as a continent and continental-wide. Now, I'm not too sure for many of you here in the room, how many of you are attending this particular roadshow or anything related to IATF for the first time? By show of hands? That's a considerable number of you. Welcome. We're glad that you're embarking on this journey with us. For those perhaps who did not have their hands up, it's because we've experienced this once before within the province of KZN, where the city of Durban played host to the IATF conference, and largely because we gathered leaders from across the continent to deliberate, discuss policies and outcomes as to how it is that we build up on the opportunities that are available on the continent. And so far, we've seen some progress. Some regions have certainly actively participated, but we're also well aware of where it is that we need to adapt, be nimble, but also invest significantly in the necessary infrastructure and support. Our next speaker is going to give us his keynote and perhaps some deliberations on how best it is that we continue not only to invest in that infrastructure, but his reflections on 2021, where at the time he was actually serving in the capacity of Premier of the province of KwaZulu-Natal. Today, he joins us in his capacity, ladies and gentlemen, as the Deputy Minister of Public Works and Infrastructure in the Republic of South Africa, Mr. Sihle Zikalala.
Thank you, Program Director, Ms. Gugu Mfupi, Her Excellency, former Deputy President of our Republic, Mama Baleka Mbete, who also happened to serve in the Council of IFTF, Mr. Humphrey Wango, we welcome you back and we are grateful to be with you together with our colleagues from Afreximbank. Ronnie Ntuli, who's also a member of the board of the bank. I also extend the greeting to the Secretary General of AfCFTA, Mr. Wamkele Mene, Your Excellency Ambassador of Algeria, Ali Washu. We're grateful to be with you here. We are mindful that our journey as South Africa is intertwined with the development of the African continent. Development partners who are with us here, distinguished guests, colleagues coming from SMMEs, ladies and gentlemen, between the 4th and the 10th of September, Africa and the world will descend into Algiers, Algeria, for the 2025 Intra-African Trade Fair. This trade fair will bring together the continental and the global players to explore business and investment opportunities in Africa, sharing trade and investment information to address the challenges facing intra-Africa trade. This roadshow is in preparation for Algiers. Ambassador, I must tell you that as South African, we hold Algeria as one of the key countries that contributed to our liberation. The first of those who dedicated themselves to fight for freedom under the leadership of the ANC were trained in Algeria. And the first was the first president of our democracy, Nelson Mandela. That's where Nelson Mandela got his first training. And therefore we hold you dearly, but we hold African brothers and sisters so dearly because we know that the journey for development of South Africa is linked with the journey of development of all countries. We are quite inspired by the work that has been done under the leadership of the AfCFTA, especially to explore the value chain, to accelerate the continental integration, and ensure that the dream of the AU 2063 is supported. To promote free movement of goods and services requires a well-developed infrastructure and connectivity. To boost intra-Africa trade, aspiration number 2 of Agenda 2063 underlines the need for Africa to develop the world-class infrastructure that crisscross Africa. It is through the Program of Infrastructure Development in Africa, the PITA, that the AU provide a framework for stakeholders to develop modern infrastructure in transport, energy, ICT, and trans-border water network system. We thank the AU and the AfCFTA Secretariat that it is no longer an idea that we are industrializing for ourselves, but it is the work that is being done. Already, we have launched the Guided Trade Initiative to expand the range of products, enhancing trade access in the continent. In addition, the Pan-African Payment and Settlement System is being implemented to allow countries to trade in their own currencies and reducing reliance on foreign exchange. And I think we need to give a big round of applause to the bank and the AfCFTA Secretariat for that work. The recently published technical white paper titled The Missing Connection: Unlocking Sustainable Infrastructure Financing in Africa demonstrates the huge gap in terms of investment in infrastructure. Africa faces a high level of unemployment, with over 400 million living below poverty line. Africa has a huge infrastructure need, which is estimated to be $170 billion a year. African countries, especially government, are the main investors in the infrastructure development. The deployment of public-private partnership across Africa present a solution to challenges that we face. Many countries face limited access to triple Ps, the planning in terms of project preparation, and the financing itself. In South Africa, through the Infrastructure South Africa, we are working to ensure that we extend and roll out infrastructure. Addressing the 2025 Sustainable Infrastructure Development Symposium South Africa, just last month in Cape Town, His Excellency President Ramaphosa dwelled on the need to build partnership in rolling out infrastructure. He said so because good infrastructure boosts trade and reduces cost. Infrastructure development demonstrates stability and great potential for investment. It is therefore a multiplier, it has a multiplier effect. We welcome the budget as presented by the Minister of Finance, which allude to the point that South Africa will be investing more than 1 trillion in infrastructure development. The minister further unpacked that there will be reforms to make public-private partnership easier and fast. We therefore expect more investment in infrastructure to ensure that we grow South Africa and Africa. Your Excellency, former Deputy President, I must underline that the symposium I'm referring to was not just a symposium for us as the country, but included almost 15 countries from the SADC. We therefore advancing the regional integration and the continental integration as a platform to ensure that we trade. The effect of COVID-19 taught us that we need to build our capacity for production. We should not depend only on overseas countries for pharmaceutical, for agricultural product, for agro-processing and processing of minerals. We want to thank the role that is played by the bank in ensuring that the Intra-Africa Trade Fair is supported and sponsored. It started in 2018 in Egypt, and it came to KwaZulu-Natal in South Africa in 2021. The trade fair is a platform that provides opportunities for SMMEs and investors to demonstrate their product, network, and ensure that they develop relationship to trade. One of the success of 2021 was the Mayenzeke production. Mayenzeke film production owned by a young guy from East London. He had a dream of producing film and then ensure that he enters this market. He went through all South African banks and was rejected by all commercial banks. He went through all our development finance institutions. He could not get the support because his proposal was too complex to comprehend and invest in. In 2021, he had an access through this Intra-Africa Trade Fair. He had an access to Afreximbank. He presented his idea. Afreximbank embraced him. By the last trade fair that was held in Egypt, Mayenzeke film production was distributing its product throughout the continent and even to London. And therefore, when we go to this trade fair, we should be prepared to learn, but to build network and access to these institutions. South Africa sent, or let me start by saying South Africa hosted more than 3,000 exhibitors in 2021. It was a risky period coming from COVID-19, but we pulled it. I'm sure in the records of the bank and the trade fair, 2021 is the one that was attended by the most heads of state. But on top of that, South Africa sent a delegation to Egypt in the last trade fair. Early today, I had an engagement with Minister Tau, who confirmed that the Department of Trade, Industry and Competition will be hosting its pavilion in Algiers. And as usual, we will be supporting SMMEs to go there, and we will support not less than 30 SMMEs to go to Algiers. We therefore call on you to use platforms that are known of applying through the department to get access and attend this trade fair. As I conclude, we as South African government, we still heed to the words of former President Nelson Mandela, who said on the 13th of June, 1994, in Libya, where heads of state were meeting. Former President Nelson Mandela said, as I quote, "When South Africa appears on the agenda again, let it be because we want to discuss what its contribution shall be to making of the new African Renaissance. Let it be because we want to discuss what materials it will supply for the rebuilding of the African cities that were destroyed by the Roman empires," close quote. We say to all of you, let us go to an African stage as brothers and sisters, not as big brothers of others in Africa, but as compatriots. I thank you.
Thank you so much, Deputy Minister, much appreciated. And I think some sound words for us to remember, right? Which remain very critical. Going as peers, going as partners, and really looking to forge allies and partnership as we venture across the northern parts of our borders beyond the continent. And that does speak to many examples that we have actually seen and have been used as case studies of South African businesses who go out and pursue opportunities north of our borders and come back with their tails in between their legs because of a lack of an understanding of the dynamics on the ground in the new markets that they're going to explore. There are various case studies, it's been evidenced, and of course, there's some lessons for us to learn in that and implement as we go forward. Well, we're almost close to getting the first level of insight into the practicalities of the various sectors, various economies, various negotiations, and of course, levels of infrastructure development and investment that need to take place for us to advance on the opportunities that exist across the continent. I do want to allude you to the fact that there will be 2 panel discussions before we conclude the program today, where we will be able to hear more of this. We'll get some insight as well as to how Algeria itself as a country is opening up its borders for participants in South Africa and Southern Africa to make their way in September. But most importantly, also hearing about the various sectors and how they are positioned for the growth opportunities under AfCFTA. Coupled with that, I do just want to make a brief announcement to the panelists who will be joining us in a moment following our next speaker's presentation. We have requested that you do make your way to the technical desk at the back just to ensure that you do get mic'd up. My panelists for panel number 1, where we will be reflecting on the opportunities and lessons that we have in the continent and South Africa specifically that we can take abroad. I'd like to just remind you to go and get mic'd up. I'll mention your names to confirm that it's you if my eye contact is not enough. The likes of Dr. Gainmore Zanamwe, you'll stay with us for a moment because you still have a presentation to do. But Mr. Joseph Senona, who joins us from the DTIC, Ms. Nobuhle Renge of Isuzu Motors South Africa, as well as Triple AM, together with Mr. Oscar Mlongwa, Mr. Yaz. Please do get mic'd up, well-known South African musician, and Ms. Lungile Mashele, if you could make your way too from the PIC to the technical desk at the back, just to ensure that you could get mic'd up and be prepared for our next panel discussion. Before we get to the panel discussion, though, because that's where we'll hear the juice and the nitty-gritty and detail of how it is that we make this a creative process for us, and one that is tangible, we do need to understand how Afreximbank as an institution is positioned. As we've heard in the previous examples, not only are they enabling trade, facilitating investment, but they're also looking to actively open up and create awareness of the opportunities that exist. That's what my next speaker is going to address for us here, ladies and gentlemen, through a brief presentation and where further information and insight will be added during the panel discussion. Please welcome to the front of the stage, very warmly so, the Director for Trade Facilitation and Investment Promotion at Afreximbank, Dr. Gainmore Zanamwe. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much, my sister. And I will basically invoke one of the things that I learned from the old man, President Obasanjo, that when the protocol has already been established, you just stand on existing protocol and you don't go and repeat the protocol. So I'm not going to go and repeat the protocol, but I will just acknowledge Mama Mbete, who is our Advisory Council chairperson, who is the member of the Advisory Council, which is led by the chairperson, President Obasanjo. We've been working with her, and she has been leading the efforts on the IATF in South Africa. And of course, we've been working with Honorable Zikalala. As he highlighted in his speech, he played a vital role to ensure that IATF 2021 was a huge success, and I'm really pleased that he's here to continue providing support on behalf of the Honorable Minister of Trade and Industry, and of course our board member, Mr. Ntuli, who has always been supportive of this initiative. Whenever it is mentioned in the Afreximbank circles, he's always quick to jump and defend the IATF because he truly believes in the transformational role of the trade fair. And of course, I would not want to probably waste much time. I want to just deep dive into some of the products and interventions that will support a number of you who are in the room, whether you're in the creative, in the automotive sector, in agriculture, in mining. At Afreximbank, we don't just talk, we walk the talk. And I'll basically walk through some of the key issues. I'll skip most of these introductory probably slides, but I just want to highlight that Afreximbank, for some of you who may not know, is actually your bank. Afreximbank South Africa has got shareholding through some of your institutions in Class B, and there are already efforts to actually fully formalize full membership of South Africa to ensure that you can actually fully benefit from the products and instruments that we have at our disposal. We have been providing these instruments to some of the big countries like Egypt and Nigeria, Kenya, and we believe that South Africa will be able to actually fully benefit from some of the interventions that I'm going to mention. And the key among the things we do is Afreximbank is a pan-African multilateral financial institution. We are fully supporting the implementation of the AfCFTA, the African Continental Free Trade Area. We are promoting intra-African trade among African countries. Trade between Algeria and South Africa is basically one of the things that we are focusing on. Intra-African trade, as you all know, is very low, at around 15 to 18%. And at Afreximbank, we have always been asking ourselves, why is it that the Europeans managed to get it right, where trade is almost close to 70%? Even the Asians got it right. Trade is above 50%. Even the North Americans got it right. So why is it in Africa we are not able to trade amongst ourselves? What is it that is missing? Afreximbank has been doing a soul searching. Yes, we have looked at all the key studies that have been done, but for us, it actually boiled down to lack of access to trade and market information. And it was actually a study that we did several years back, which essentially showed that if you don't know each other, you will not be able to trust each other. If you cannot trust each other, there is no way in which you can do business together. And my sister is confirming that you can't even get married to each other if you don't know each other. So we really need to do more to actually know each other. You need to know what each country is producing, what each country is exporting. The investment opportunities in Algeria, are they known by South African business people? The investment opportunities in South Africa, are they known by people in Nigeria? So these are some of the things that we are trying to deal with under the Intra-African Trade Fair and AfCFTA implementation pillar. We also have got the pillar on industrialization and export development. As Africa, we are sick and tired of exporting our raw minerals to the nations abroad. We are sick and tired of exporting jobs and income. At Afreximbank, we believe that we have the finance, we have the skills, we have the resources. We need to focus on industrialization. We should stop the many thousands of journeys that are being undertaken by ships that are carrying our minerals, where our minerals are being value added outside the continent. We really need to put a stop to that and ensure that the minerals are beneficiated at source and we develop the local communities. That is why we have put in place a range of interventions that I'm going to speak about that are going to be talking about industrialization. So I will quickly move on to those key instruments that we've put in place. But before that, just to put it in context, I think if you look at what is actually happening right now, the slide that I've just put, I think the Honorable Deputy Minister talked about it, as well as SG Wamkele. We are importing a lot of products from outside Africa that we could easily be producing on the continent. A good example is meat, and Botswana has got good beef, as well as South Africa. But we see in West Africa, they are actually importing meat worth about $3 billion. Chad, for example, has about 30 million cattle, the same size as Australia. But if you look at it, the value of exports of Chad cattle is very low compared to Australia, which stands at 15 billion. So we can actually do more by adding value to our agricultural products, our minerals, to industrialize. The pharmaceutical sector is another one where we're actually importing more than 96% of the pharmaceutical products. What is it that is stopping Algeria, South Africa, and Egypt to get together and develop the pharmaceutical value chains? And this will basically mean that when we are faced with crisis, like we did in COVID, we'll be able to supply our people with these products. So these are some of the things that we are doing. I will not spend much time on the AfCFTA. You all know that it is now operational. It has created the market that we really need, and South Africa has been leading. South Africa's share of total African trade stands at about 18%, which is basically about 39 billion. You are doing fine, but you could be doing better, because we know at Afreximbank, we've studied it. South Africa should actually be doing better, and we've got a range of instruments and products that you can actually utilize to actually do better. I want to quickly move on to some of these initiatives. Before Afreximbank introduced a dedicated focus on intra-African trade as a share of our total finance portfolio, intra-African trade before 2018 contributed less than 3%, but now it's actually more than 30% due to the efforts that we've actually been putting. We managed to finance more than 20 billion of intra-African trade during the first strategic plan, which ended in 2021. And from 2022 to 2026, our second strategic plan, we are planning to finance 40 billion in terms of intra-African trade. And we are already on our way to actually exceed that target. So we've actually been putting money towards financing intra-African trade, where other commercial banks have been saying intra-African trade is risky, is not bankable. As Afreximbank, we were actually established to do the heavy lifting on those difficult things. And we have also established a program which we call the Global Facility for Intra-African Trade Champions. The reason why I want to spend a little bit more time on this is that we have been able to support a number of Egyptian, Nigerian, big companies to win construction companies in various African countries. We have been taking them, providing them with finance. When my president goes to meet with heads of states, he also travels with these intra-African trade champions. Some of you know the likes of El Swidi from Egypt or Rascom, but there are very little South African companies that have been part of that. Of course, we've been working with some of them, like TeloDB, but we know there's a lot that we can actually do with South African companies to expose them to the opportunities in other African countries. So this is also a call for the South African businesses to actually join this initiative to do projects, construction projects in other African countries. I have got a whole range of products and initiatives that will provide you with the financial resources. So from letters of credit, our various guarantees, I will not go through these due to time constraints, but I want to focus on a few that are really dedicated at supporting the AfCFTA. The first one is the AfCFTA Adjustment Fund. It's a 10 billion adjustment fund that we established working with the AfCFTA Secretariat. It is there to provide the resources to the business people to be able to develop the value chains, agriculture, automotive, manufacturing. The support is there. The fund is already operational, so please feel free to approach us. We can actually provide the resources. There's also a need to address the challenge in terms of trade enabling infrastructure. We heard from Honorable Zikalala that the gap is very huge, more than $170 billion are required. Afreximbank is also stepping into this because we know that a lot of goods that are moving by road should not actually be on the road. They should be either on the rail or be moving by the maritime. So we're actually working to put in place the requisite infrastructure to ensure that we have cost-effective and cheap transportation. We are also working on border markets. This is where also congestion happens. Somebody comes to Afreximbank, we give them money, but when they get to the borders, there's a very huge deep hole where money is actually getting lost due to transaction costs. So we've actually been working on modernizing the borders. Some of you know what we did with our partners, South African banks at Beitbridge, the Zim border project. So we are now replicating that in a number of countries, including in East and Central Africa, working also with our partners, the AfCFTA Secretariat and the Tony Blair Institute, who is also represented here in the room by Jackie. So we need to focus on building smart borders to use technology to break the barriers that are affecting intra-African trade. We also are working on the EPC initiative, engineering, procurement, and construction. We know that on average, the market for EPC projects is about $60 billion US. But if you ask me how many African companies are actually winning these tenders, very few. They are all going to foreign entities. And at Afreximbank, we said, okay, we understand that those foreign companies are also backed financially by their DFIs, development finance institutions, whether from Asia, Europe, or America. But who is backing our construction companies? There are very few. So Afreximbank has stepped in, and we've actually facilitated EPC contracts worth about 13 billion US dollars. And we also welcome South African companies and Algerian companies to join this EPC initiative. We actually have got a portal under our Africa Trade Gateway where we advertise these opportunities. So they are there to actually exploit. And I know the other initiative is the Pan-African Payment and Settlement System, which has been eloquently covered by the Honorable Deputy Minister. But what I want to highlight about PAPS is that we are not just selling the speed of transaction or receiving money. It's actually a solution that will help us to control our economies, to be able to do trade in local currencies. Just imagine South Africa and Algeria trading in the rands and the dinar. That will actually unlock a lot of trade that will not happen because we are waiting for the US dollars or for the pounds. So it is something that is now operational. South Africa is now trying to finalize its process to join PAPS, and we would urge all the stakeholders, including the business people, to start using this solution. The key hubs are already on board: Egypt, Nigeria, Kenya. They're already using PAPS, but South Africa is a little bit behind. So we urge South Africa to actually also step and join the other sister countries and start utilizing PAPS. The other beauty about PAPS is that we've also created what we call the African Currency Marketplace, where you can actually go and get access to local currency. Take a situation whereby South African Airways is flying to a number of countries. You can have your money stuck in Nigeria or Egypt or other countries, and you are not able to repatriate it because of the forex challenges. We can then look for another partner who is doing business in South Africa, who has money also stuck in South Africa. We can actually use the African Currency Marketplace to do the swaps for you to be able to get your money, and we've already been doing it with Kenya Airways and others. It's a solution that is actually working and delivering results for the business people. And I'll also briefly talk about the automotive sector. South Africa is the leader in this, but what we are now trying to do is to see if we can develop regional value chains working with other African countries. There's no reason why Algeria and South Africa cannot collaborate and share experiences on the automotive sector. We also need to ensure that at the IATF, the South African automotive people will participate effectively. There's an automotive show which includes a pavilion. So we look forward to the participation of South Africans in Algeria in the automotive sector. We also have an important initiative that we've also implemented to facilitate movement of goods across the borders. Picture a situation where a truck is probably leaving Durban, going all the way to DRC. It has to stop in Zimbabwe, Zambia. At those borders, they are required to post transit bonds. And the current situation is that you have to stop and post a bond, and this is actually adding a lot of costs. At Afreximbank, working with the AfCFTA Secretariat, we have developed the Continental Transit Guarantee Scheme, which will ensure that with a single technology-enabled transit bond, you can actually move a truck from Durban all the way to DRC without having to post a bond at each and every border. You can actually do the same from Cape Town to Cairo. That's the initiative that we're actually implementing to facilitate movement of goods under the AfCFTA. We are also building what we call Africa Quality Assurance Centers. In simple terms, these are basically labs that are being used to test and certify that the goods, the products that we are consuming are safe. And we've already done one in Nigeria, and we are doing it in other African countries. The Creative Africa Nexus, this is basically another important initiative that we are implementing to support people in the film, fashion, music, and we also have Oskido in the room. Oskido, where are you? So, yes, my brother. So, these are the sort of practical things that we are doing, and we believe that this is a sector that really requires an understanding. Africa has got a lot of talent, but we need to find a way of financing them without asking them to give so much in terms of collateral. You can actually use their IP, intellectual property, as collateral and find a way of financing them. So we also have noticed that it is actually very difficult to move goods throughout the continent. Logistics is one of the major challenges that we are facing. And we have established a continental trading company that we call the Africa Trade and Distribution Company, working with our partner Arise and the AfCFTA Secretariat. So this company is going to provide market intelligence, and it will aggregate the products that are produced by smallholder farmers, SMEs, and take them to the market. Yes, it will also assist the big players, but the most important thing about this entity is that it will guide the farmers, the producers, on what products to focus on. And there was a case that we studied in another country. I will not mention the country to protect the innocent and the guilty, but one person in a village will start growing tomatoes. Before you know it, the whole village is red with tomatoes. And then the following year, there's no market for tomatoes. So through the intelligence that is provided by the export trading company, we can actually guide you to say, no, this year don't grow tomatoes, grow groundnuts. And what type of groundnuts? The groundnuts for the confectionery industry, not for the oil industry. We can provide precise market intelligence that will actually support. And the ETC will also provide transportation and logistics and warehouses. So these are some of the practical things that we're actually doing to support the trade under the AfCFTA. I was actually interested to hear that agriculture is one of the sectors that has been prioritized by both Algeria and South Africa. What we actually did in the IATF2023 in Egypt under the auspices of President Sisi of Egypt, we launched an important initiative called the Export Agriculture for Food Security Initiative. Some even call it food sovereignty. This was at the height of the Russia-Ukraine war, and African countries started all of a sudden starving because two countries far away were fighting. And we know that we import more than 60 billion of agricultural products from outside the continent, yet we actually have close to 65% of arable land and water bodies that we can actually use to produce food for ourselves. So we launched this initiative to support agricultural productivity, processing, value addition, and export. And we are actually inviting some of the farmers in South Africa who are serious in doing farming to work with us to implement this initiative. We are backing it with a $2 billion facility to ensure that we can support you across the chain. We also have launched the Africa Direct Investment Initiative. Many of you are probably used to foreign direct investment. Yes, FDI is good. We are saying it should continue. But we've actually realized that there are more people in South Africa who can actually go and invest in Algeria, in the mining sector, in other sectors. But that is not normally seen as investment. So investment is normally viewed as the one that is coming outside the continent. We are actually trying to change that to say a South African going to Algeria is actually an investor, should be accorded all the treatment. And we are also backing it with financial resources from Afreximbank to ensure that when a South African investor goes to Algeria, we can actually give them finance if it's required. But most importantly, we'll give them our investment guarantees, which will ensure that when they invest in Algeria, they can actually repatriate their profits back to South Africa. If there are challenges, Afreximbank will give you a guarantee to ensure that you can get your money. So these are some of the instruments that we are working on. We will be launching the ADI report at the IATF in Algeria, which is basically going to establish a methodology on how we collect ADI data on the continent. And some of you know the likes of Dangote, they've been investing throughout the continent, but they are not given the same red carpet treatment that we give to investors from outside the continent. We really need to change that mentality and start treating African investors as investors. Africans, they've got money, they are just looking for a home to put their money. And even local investors in South Africa, they need to be given the same treatment. These are some of the initiatives that we are working on. We also know that on the continent there is a big gap in terms of the equity. It's about 110 billion US dollars. So you may be interested in expanding your business or starting a company, but if you don't have equity, you struggle. At Afreximbank, we actually established the Fund for Export Development in Africa, which provides patient capital to enable you to start or expand your business that is export-oriented. So we can actually provide support through this initiative. And one of the biggest challenge that we've seen is that most of you in this room, you have got wonderful ideas about how to start businesses, how to do projects. But the challenge is how to make those projects bankable. So at Afreximbank, we realized this problem and we have established the project preparation facility, which will help you to prepare your projects to bankability so that you can basically smile all the way to the bank and get the money. And my colleague Humphrey is sitting there. He's the man with the money. So if you really need the money, don't talk to me, talk to him. But I'm marketing the products. The money is there, the man with the money is there. So the other issue that I want to highlight, which is also very important, is the need to harmonize standards. In Africa, we have got diverse standards which are making it very difficult for our business people to actually trade with each other. So we're also working on harmonization of standards in auto and other sectors. And people have always been talking about the adapters. Do we use the South African 3-round pins or the ones that we inherited from the colonial masters, which is 3 square pins, or the ones that are being used in West Africa? So these are standards. So these are some of the practical issues that you need to deal with. We are also establishing industrial parks. I will not go into detail, but these industrial parks play a vital role in terms of putting the requisite infrastructure for manufacturing. So this is, in a nutshell, a range of interventions that we have at Afreximbank that will support the businesses here in South Africa, whether you're an SME, whether you're a smallholder farmer, whether it's a business that is owned and run by women, youth. We have solutions for you. We also have got an SME financing program. We all have all this, and I'm glad that my sister Cindy is also here, who is leading the charge in terms of supporting women businesses and other entrepreneurs. We have all the support that we can actually provide to you. Afreximbank now prides itself as the trade and project finance supermarket. All you need to do is to grab your trolley, walk through the Afreximbank shelves, and grab whatever you need for your business. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much for that phenomenal presentation. If I stand to be corrected, but I think that's the presentation we all needed and came for today, right? Understanding what it is that the continent is looking for, if we correctly positioned, how Afreximbank can partner with us and of course support us on that journey and make our way forward. I must give you some insight. We will be hearing more about that in just a moment. We're just going to ensure that all our panelists are comfortable and ready for that conversation. And of course, getting further detail from Dr. Gainmore as to how it is that we come prepared to the bank for this partnership. Before we get ready for our first panel discussion, I do want to draw your attention to the screens where we're also going to get some insight into a key pillar that was highlighted by Dr. Gainmore, the creative industry. For many of us, when you take a look at some of the most recent reports from key institutions like PwC and a few other global leaders, they highlight that entertainment and the creative industry sector on the continent is likely going to experience 5% compound annual growth rates for the next 10 years. And if you consider that a few years ago, economies like Nigeria, when they rebased their GDP print, had to include the entertainment industry. And that in itself saw a spike in their growth. So it tells us that this is a sector that we shouldn't downplay, but really find innovative ways of building up on the creative industry. It will also feature in our panel where we will have some representation to give us some insight into CANEX. Let's take a look at this video on the screens, which will give us some perspective on what it is we'll be building up on, the various industries and sectors, but more so the creative space and how it plays a critical role in making sure we drive and improve intra-African trade. Let's take a look.
CANEX Weekend 2024.
At Afreximbank, we are deliberate in our drive towards the continued expansion of global Africa through trade, investment, and development of the cultural and creative sectors. Together, as Africans, we're a collective force, united in our diversity, driven by the richness of our cultures, and bound by a shared purpose. The purpose to create a better world for ourselves and for the generations to come. Our destiny is firmly in our hands. Welcome to CANEX Weekend. Welcome to Algiers. Welcome to Algeria. I thank you and God bless you all.
This week we have had the opportunity of closing deals. We have had the opportunity of networking, engaging in all matters related to the African and Caribbean creative economies.
We were molded from this land. Our skins are molten mountain rocks painted onto our flesh. We are one with this land. We are this land.
Afreximbank has been doing an amazing job in advocating for the creative industries, and I really commend it to them because they took a chance on us. Afreximbank came in, shed light on us, put in their money, and now they're even making other people look at the creative industries like, oh wow, this is an industry worth investing in.
Since its debut 4 years ago, the CANEX Weekend and the associated CANEX at Intra-African Trade Fair have become important events in the calendar of global Africa's creative industry. CANEX Weekend is an essential prelude to the 4th Intra-African Trade Fair, which will be held in this beautiful city in September next year.
Statement is what art should make, whether you dance, act, recite, or paint.
So I'm right there at CANEX event and it's super amazing.
It's been absolutely fantastic.
I'm just excited to be a part of it. I understand the vision. I'm obsessed with the vision. I'm obsessed with the females in front, and you know, it's inspiring. I love it.
I'm so excited and just meeting so many amazing people and women, so many amazing women. It's so inspiring, and I just really love what Canex is doing.
Thank you, Canex, for making my dreams come true.
Being here and being a part of the experience is superb.
It's a very much needed essential, really.
I think it's very essential. We've seen the growth and the shift.
It's really time for Africa to shine, to take charge and take our stand.
I believe in Africa. I believe that we can build something great with the culture.
The most important thing was just connecting with each other, you know, at that level as artists, as people.
All these people I don't know, there was so much love and positive energy in the room.
It will create that unity among Africans.
We are one people, we are one humanity, coming together as Africans, drawing energy from each other, creatives. For me, that energy takes us back to the very essence of humanity, of where we come from as humans.
I think that deserves a round of applause. That's the Creative Africa Nexus, which helps us understand just the wide and diverse range of opportunities that exist for those in the creative industries across the continent, but also the partnerships that can be forged. So, we've come to the exciting part of today's program where we're going to dig deep into the first panel discussion. As you can imagine, we will keep it light, but also very informative to ensure that you get as much value and information out of the conversation as possible. We are cognizant of time, so we will have an opportunity for you as audience members to also ask your questions. However, again, limiting it to at least 3 questions and keeping it brief and direct to a specific speaker who will be joining us on the panel. To our panelists as well, it's going to be robust, energetic, and exciting, keeping to their key themes and industries that they represent, but also ensuring that we get as much information as possible through our very limited time that's scheduled for this panel discussion. On that note, allow me to warmly welcome each of our panelists. I'll introduce them according to their names and titles. Full details on their bios, backgrounds, and specifics is available on the app, as well as detailed program. I'll introduce them again one by one, but of course ask that they do make their way up to the stage as I call them up. Once they are all up on stage and have taken a seat, that's when I'll ask that we do give them a round of applause to acknowledge their presence and contribution here today. We're comfortable? Oh, are we comfortable? There we go. Keep that energy and we're taking it higher, especially for this panel discussion. As mentioned, I'd like to welcome to the front of the stage someone who's already provided us with some clear context around how we get ready to tackle the continent, Dr. Gainmore Zanamwe, Director for Trade Facilitation and Investment Promotion at Afreximbank, followed by Mr. Joseph Zinona, Head of Export Development Unit at the Department of Trade, Industry and Competition in the Republic of South Africa, Ms. Nobuhle Kgenge, joining us in her capacity as the Director for Skills Development at the African Association of Automotive Manufacturers, but also plays a critical role within corporate planning at Isuzu Motors South Africa, followed by Mr. Oscar Mglongwa, also known as Oskido, musician and producer, part of the Canex Music Creativity Factory. And Ms. Lungile Mashele, Energy and Infrastructure Specialist from the Public Investment Corporation, joining us today to give us some insight into investment in the infrastructure space. Now, ladies and gentlemen, please can we give them all a round of applause. Take your time. Fantastic. Thank you so much to all my panelists and of course the time that you've made for us today. There's a lot that we want to get through because you each represent such critical spaces within the continent as well as South Africa's vibrancy in terms of our economic growth, the contributors to growth in terms of our economy, and of course key sectors that are being earmarked for ongoing development across the continent. I think I'll start with the man of the moment who's probably gotten a lot of attention from many of you given the video that we saw and of course piqued our interest given the creative industry. I did say it deliberately when I said Oskido. And unless we want to say uyaz, 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 those are typical phrases that many South Africans would know had they listened to much of your music that you've produced over decades. And I think it's important, just reflecting on the Canex video, what was highlighted as well by Dr. Gainmore, and your experience under Canex, it helps us understand that the music and entertainment industry in South Africa has gone beyond just being played across the continent, but there's new partnerships that are being formed from a business point of view. Help us contextualize and understand your experience as someone in the entertainment and creative industry. What's the partnership with Canex and key partners been like across the continent for you in terms of the growth of your business?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, the African creative industry has been growing. Mostly driven by music, and music has been, for the past 5 years, music has been the fastest growing industry. Yeah. If you can see now what's happening worldwide, when it comes to music, the focus is now on Africa. And therefore, it's very important for us to start collaborating and making sure that we are ready for this as Africans. And I'm really glad that, Afreximbank has really taken initiative, to be part of this. So I wear two hats as I sit here. I'm part of the creative board member, in the creative sector with the Afreximbank, and also I'm an executive producer of Canex Music Factory, where we've gone in there, in different places. We're in Ivory Coast, where we're recording, upcoming musicians. Yes. And then up there, we went to Egypt, and we're in Algeria. So therefore, what we're doing there is that we are just helping them to understand, the recording, as artists, the producers, the songwriting, yes, the IP, because most of the, what's happening is that now, in terms of the music structure, the problem has been the IP, not understanding, the ownership. And also what's been happening is that we need to, grow this industry. As you know, right now, we're still talking with the Afreximbank that, for example, the music is being distributed digitally, yes, but we don't have an African distribution. Do you understand? Which is like very, very important. We're talking about cross-border payments and yes, all that stuff. So therefore, we need to do, if we can look at now, the biggest platform is Spotify, Apple Music. Why don't we have our own African streaming platform? Yes. Because if, yes, with us there being on Spotify or say Apple Music, when you look at biggest African artists, even if they are selling, for example, if I can put a Burna Boy, yes, he's one of the biggest selling. He's not going to get the same amount with what Drake is getting, 100%. Because they are being favored in terms of the streaming platform. So therefore, we want more investment. So Afreximbank has really taken a lead, and we are really grateful for this Canex initiative, which yes, is, we're still building it, but we need, more people to come in, because people don't believe in creative industry. Yes. But if people want to fill up stadium, or if we want any creative spaces or to do anything, it all began in Africa. That's why they say it began in Africa when we 100%. Talk about the drum.
I think you're mentioning something so critical, right? Because all of us at some point are exposed to the creative and cultural industries in South Africa and across the continent. As has been mentioned, we're forming those partnerships, but there's something critical that you're also highlighting. It's not just about the creative side of the space, but also corporatizing it and formalizing it. And I think there's a lesson to learn here for those who perhaps have professional services in law, in accounting, in IP registration, to actually actively participate in the creative space. Maybe Oscar, you can give us your thoughts on that. The skills development that we need. It's one thing to know how to DJ, but you also need to understand yes, the business side.
Yeah. I always look at it and say, for example, when you look at the music industry, we've got what is called manager. Yeah. An artist manager. We don't have managers. We've got booking agents. Yeah. Most of the people in Africa who want to be managers, they want to be superstars like they are artists, So therefore, we need more education. So there needs to be more educational element, so that also even an artist they have to understand, especially if I can ask, how many entertainment lawyers do we have? We only got a few. I mean, in South Africa, we deal about 2 lawyers. You know, that person is running the whole music industry. So we need to start even doing, say, the educational element, so that even when an artist understands, when he's given a contract, he must understand, okay, what is publishing, what is composition, you know, all these different things which are happening. So the educational element is really needed as part of the investment.
100%. I'm glad you highlight that, because whilst it's clear that the creative industry and sector is a growing contributor to economic growth, we focus on it, we develop the talent, and of course we prioritize it, but we can't forget the backbone of major economies. Infrastructure, energy, manufacturing. And this is where the rest of the panel does give us some perspective on these sectors and how it is that we are looking to prioritize growth in that region. I'm keen to get our thoughts as well from yourself, Lungile. You play in a very critical space where it comes to investment in energy and specifically energy infrastructure. As we know, in South Africa, we're no strangers to having the lights turned off with load shedding, but over some time, there's been strong developments to make sure that we have sustainable power. Help us understand how investment in infrastructure, especially from a cross-continental, regional point of view, remains so critical, not only to our economic growth, but the sustainability of other sectors that rely so heavily on energy.
Thank you very much. So I work for the Public Investment Corporation, the largest asset manager in Africa, with about 2.9 trillion assets under management. And one of the key things that we look at is infrastructure investment. I cannot overemphasize just how important regional infrastructure investment is. Now, let me preface this by saying that I work in an industry where finance has no borders.
Yes.
And that's one of the most amazing things. And it will take you from Cape to Cairo, investing in roads, in energy. You're unlocking economic growth. You're unlocking jobs. You're unlocking diverse groupings. You've got mining projects. You've got agricultural projects, travel, tourism. There's just so much that is actually happening. And what we do, along with our various banks and partners such as Afreximbank, is looking at infrastructure projects across the continent and how we can unlock this development. So we basically offer a wide range of products, whether it's debt, equity, MES, and you're basically looking at...
Let's go back, because that's very technical for people who aren't in the investment landscape, but basically all forms of funding available to partners who actually want to have infrastructure projects and be involved in them. And I think it's also important that we also understand the time frame or the lead to the build-up of these events, right? You look at project development and project preparation, and then from there take a look at key partners you can get on board to de-risk it all, but make it tangible for all of us in the room. This long pipeline of investment essentially makes it easier for the trucks and the buses that Dr. Gainmore was talking about to move from Windhoek to Bulawayo, back to Johannesburg, then to Nelspruit, then to a town or city in Ponte Dora in Mozambique, right?
So, if you're looking at an infrastructure project, you're typically looking at anything that's above like R1 billion, okay? In most cases, you're talking even 10, 20 billion rand. So you're going to get a club of lenders coming in. You've got your export credit insurance companies. You've got your DFIs. You've got your commercial lenders, and everybody comes on. You even have venture capital now. That's how profitable infrastructure finance actually is. And everybody's coming there, and is coming on from a very early stage, as you rightfully said, to de-risk those projects through project preparation. And then you've got the entire value chain, which, for infrastructure, and I must be very honest, it can take years. Okay, so it's not something you're going to enter into now, and in 6 months' time, you're going to get to financial close, it's going to be monies. No. It can take you up to 5-6 years to develop projects. And one of the key things comes down to that regional integration, where you're sitting with a power plant, and I'm going to use Inga now, in the DRC, where you've got the water, South Africa needs that to be converted into electrons for us to actually use. It needs to cross multiple countries.
Yes.
So you need to be negotiating with Zambia or Zimbabwe or Angola or Namibia, depending on the line route. You then need to say, okay, who's going to take what? And in what currency are we going to take? And who's going to build? Who's going to provide all that early stage capital?
Lungile, I want to be
It's-
unfair because it's an example we've been hearing about for decades on
Yes.
end, right? And the capital just hasn't been unlocked, the certainty just
Yeah.
hasn't been provided. But that doesn't mean that all opportunities are lost, you know.
Not at
Maybe
all.
are there learnings from perhaps the Inga Falls example that we can implement now when we look at energy investment in Namibia, perhaps, which is earmarked for growth? Mozambique, despite some of the challenges. In other words, what can we learn from that example that we can implement now going forward as we prepare for the road?
We have some
ahead?
brilliant regional projects that we have invested in. I'm talking, as you rightfully said, in Angola, there is hydro there. There's Namibia, they've got gas discoveries that they've just made, oil and gas.
Yes.
Mozambique, Tanzania, Nigeria, Senegal, name it. And all these lenders are involved in those projects. And the key things are you need regulation, you need a clear price path, okay? You need government backing and support. You also need to prepare your projects and have ready projects that lenders can come in with the right funding structure, whether it's guarantees, whether it's an SPV that we can enter into. How much money
Special
are you
purpose
looking
vehicles?
at? Oh, sorry. How much money are you looking at? Do you want debt? Do you want equity? You know, so trust me, there's more than enough money in the market. That's not where the issue is. The problem is, do we have bankable projects? And the likes of Afreximbank, as they've mentioned, through their project preparation unit, that's where it becomes very, very important in unlocking a number of these infrastructure projects.
Got you. Dr. Gainmo, I'm keeping you quiet deliberately because the three different sectors that are represented here all come with different risks, different nuances, different opportunities. And given the last few slides that you had on your presentation, I think I do want us to wrap up with, understanding how each sector can come forward to Afreximbank and ask for a level of preparedness or preparation and support to make sure that they, have opportunities to explore across the continent. I'm so keen to get to our next speaker as well, Sis Nobuhle, because you come from a space where all of us at some point this morning probably used a vehicle to get here, right? Unless you landed with a chopper. Okay. And if you use the vehicle, you'd be well aware that the automotive environment in South Africa has been incredibly competitive. We have a wide array of vehicles to select from. But coupled with that, we've also had an automotive industry where manufacturing of vehicles, the assembly of vehicles, the components and parts that go into the vehicles after you've purchased them has really seen a lot of investment. And it does contribute to significant growth in the country from a jobs point of view and economically. I perhaps want you to wear your hat first, just in terms of being someone within the automotive space, and how, in as much as South Africa might have good road network infrastructure, given the fact that we assemble so many vehicles, we still have the opportunity to export them, never mind to the east or the west, but just north here on the African continent. What's your thoughts on how we can capitalize on the Africa Continental Free Trade Area Act, specifically for South Africa's automotive industry?
Thank you, Sis Gugu, for that question. If we look at South Africa, and I think earlier on you did mention, if it was the Dr. Gainmo, to say South Africa and the Northern Africa is very much industrialized, and we actually manufacture almost 500,000 vehicles per annum. If we look at 2024, about 515,000 vehicles came from South Africa, and almost similar amount came from Northern Africa. If you look then, the total is I think it's 1.2 million. That's the total in 2024. So if you look at these two numbers, Southern and Northern, they're almost 1 million and above, which tells you East, West, and Central Africa was only about 100 and some odd thousand units, meaning there's a lot of opportunity. You can imagine if we can replicate this in the Western Africa, Eastern Africa, we can reach 5 million. In actual fact, as AAAM, our goal is to reach that 5 million vehicles. I mean, India did it, we think we can also do it. So there is potential. As South Africa, we see the AfCFTA as the most critical tool to actually grow into the continent. Recently, in one of the sessions that we're actually doing with Afreximbank, one of the colleagues asked me, I think he's from Tunisia, Nobuhle, I actually drive a D-Max. It's an Isuzu D-Max. Okay. But it doesn't come from South Africa. It comes from Thailand. And I said, that's why we are in this room, because you are in Africa, you should be driving a vehicle that is locally manufactured in South Africa. But of course, it's through all these challenges that we have, the logistics, that actually don't make us cost competitive. The tariffs, they don't make us cost competitive to sell in those countries. So that's why we really think the AfCFTA is going to be a game changer for the sector.
100%. What's also important is that it's one thing to actually acquire the vehicle, but what we need to be mindful of when it comes to any industry is the value chain. And vehicle manufacturing and assembling is one thing. You sell the vehicle off the dealership floor, but you buy the vehicle and you've got a population of consumers who need that vehicle to be maintained. That in itself also speaks to making sure that external markets north of our borders are prepared with the necessary skills to actually service these vehicles. And I ask this question deliberately because one of the critical roles you serve is as the head of skills development, director for skills development with the AAAM, African Automotive Manufacturers Academy, in terms of skills development. And I think that's important for us to touch on. We want to send music, we want to build bridges, we want to make power, we want to move and trade our goods and services, but we need to make sure that everyone in the ecosystem has the talent to read the contract, do the accounting, and take care of the vehicles or other assets classes that we're actually talking about. Give us your perspective on this one.
Sis Gugu, actually, this is one of the roles I enjoy the most, the skills development role. As AAAM, we work very closely with government officials, Afreximbank and the AfCFTA, to drive policy development in different countries. I mean, I can tell you key prioritized countries for us in the West is Ghana, Cote d'Ivoire. If you move to the East, it's Kenya, Ethiopia. We want to ensure we accelerate auto policy development. But what this means is then you are attracting industrialization in your country.
Yes.
You will have all these manufacturing plants. Let's take Ghana for an example. We have quite a number of OEMs over the last 5 years that have actually gone there to set up shop.
Yes.
But where do you get the pool of people that are skilled?
Yes.
Auto industry is not easy. I'm an engineer by profession. I actually spent so much years in the manufacturing space. I know it very well. It can get so technical that you definitely need those artisans. I also saw it in my previous role in manufacturing, that it's easy to import skills in the automotive industry. So then what's the point of industrializing if you will import skills? Because the aim of industrialization is job creation. So then that's when we said as AAAM, we have to form a skills development working group, which I currently lead. We're not only focusing on technical skills, we are also focusing on soft skills. I'm also excited, by the way, to share that I worked very closely with Dr. Gainmore on a recent executive short course for senior trade officials. We're not only talking training people on the streets or people that will come and work, but also the decision makers, the policy makers. We need to capacitate them. We need to make sure that they understand auto industry. They also need to be exposed to how you actually manufacture a vehicle, how you progress from completely knocked down, from semi-knocked down to completely knocked down. And you sometimes cannot understand these things from just a PowerPoint or a Teams meeting.
Yes.
So we now introduced this ESC, and we are hosting different government officials. I think the session that we had in May, we had about 20 different government officials from different countries. They were hosted by Toyota at their manufacturing plant in Durban to get to see and touch and feel how a vehicle is built and how they can also leverage and create progressive policies in their countries.
Got you. Got you. This is really important because these are practical examples that we can point to. And if anything, I think, Dr. Gainmore, you and your team must be proud, happy, excited, but also overwhelmed because it's so many different sectors, so many different areas of expertise, and so many nuances and needs to the specifics of the market. I do want to come to you in a moment. If there are any questions on the floor, we are keen just to squeeze in at least 2 more. We will try our best to wrap up by 12:30. If there are questions on the floor, please raise your hand really high. Yours has been noted, but please keep it up. It's just easier for my colleagues on the floor to identify you. There was a hand here, but that one is still up. So, but we'll try our best to try to get you. And this side of the room. Okay. Are you comfortable to extend the conversation by 10 minutes to accommodate questions? Yes, no? Yes. Okay, that's what we'll do. Those 2 hands have been noted. Let's make sure the mic does get to you. Please keep your hand up. It's just easier to see you there. And on this side, if we can move the mic. But before we get those questions, Dr. Gainmore, I think it's important. we have different stakeholders here in the room. And naturally, when we come knocking on the door of Afreximbank, we come with different needs. Perhaps looking to support skills from a technical point of view, looking to formalize the businesses that we're in, given the creative industries and space, or looking at long-term lead projects where we've got the capital to back it up, but we need to make sure that there's a level of camaraderie, certainty, and of course, clarity in terms of the investments that we're making. For anyone who comes knocking on Afrexim's door, specifically business and entrepreneurs, how do we need to prepare ourselves?
Well, thank you very much. I think my job has been made easier by the moderator and the excellent panelists. So, yes, so I think at Afreximbank, as I highlighted, we've now developed a toolbox which will address all the needs from the business people. Whether you are the Dangote or the MTN or a smallholder farmer, a woman, a young person, Afreximbank has got you covered. Because what we basically do is we are a listening bank. So we listen to what you are trying to do, the business that you are trying to do, and then we go and structure it to accommodate your needs. If we don't have a product that is ready, we'll actually develop a product specially tailored to deal with your needs. So we provide also forms of finance, from debt to equity, as I highlighted, and also most importantly, some of the needs require what we call trade facilitation. Take the example of the automotive sector.
Yes.
It's not just a question of throwing money to the problem. For the automotive sector to be viable in Africa, we have to deal with the regulatory environment. A country has to introduce an automotive policy and program, like what South Africa and Ghana and Morocco have done. Without that, you struggle to actually establish a viable automotive industry. So as Afreximbank, we work with the AfCFTA, AAAM, to ensure that countries put in place automotive policies to support the development of those industries. And the big challenge is normally the importation of gray or second-hand vehicles.
Yes.
And some call them pre-loved vehicles. In Africa, we are capable of also showing first love. And we've been saying, why don't you allow us to manufacture our own vehicles, which will then create our own market of second-hand vehicles. So as Afreximbank, we've been providing financial support and trade facilitation support to deal with these issues. Even as my brother Oskido highlighted, in the creative industry, it's a sector that many financial institutions were reluctant to actually touch. But for us as a Pan-African bank, we actually know that Africa has got talent. And be it in music, film, fashion, and even sports, we have been working with Didier Drogba, and we hope if Ben McCarthy can also be requested to join us, we'll have a very good winning team. So we support all these sectors because we understand that if we don't support this talent, somebody outside will come, snatch the talent, pay them peanuts, and we'll keep on losing as a continent. So we've developed some instruments to deal with that. For the creative, we've got a 2 billion fund to actually support the sector, and we're happy to work with everybody. So it goes across, and even the small and the medium enterprises, the women I was talking about, we've actually developed an SME development program which will respond to the needs of the small businesses that are actually trying to export. But beyond the finance, we actually provide what we call other training and capacity building activities, whereby we actually handhold the hands of the SMEs. We give them the money, we tell them how to use the money, we help them to actually go and look for the market. So we do market access training and twinning to ensure that they succeed. If you don't provide this holistic support, you'll end up in a situation where we are in, where we have more SMEs that are actually being born, they die prematurely. So this is what we're actually trying to address at Afreximbank. We've got other things that we are doing, but due to time, I'll just mention even agriculture, which is also very important. South Africa has got a lot of potential in this sector, whether it's in the production of food, whether it's the beef value chain. So we've actually started engaging with some of the players in South Africa to ensure that we support the production of agricultural products. We process, add value, and export to the rest of the continent. And we actually have put a 2 billion facility. I hope that this afternoon I'll be able to have some umkomboti with some of the farmers here and share with you some of the things that we have to actually support you. Thank you very much.
Got you. So critical. And just to underscore that in terms of agriculture, the DTIC in South Africa has also been supportive of a lot of partnerships, development, as well as trade missions that have been partnered with our peers across the continent. I'm looking for the microphones. I'll tell you what, if we could have 3 questions, we'll take those and also get the concluding remarks from the panelists just to manage time effectively. If you could please keep your questions straightforward, sir. Tell us who you are, what your question is.
Good day, everyone.
Yes, sir.
Yes, I got my name there. My name is Oscar. My surname is Mola. My company is Sufficient Grace Trading, and another company is Little Auto Trading Enterprise. My question is that Africa, South Africa, we got the smart policies, but the problem is South Africa, we got smart policies, but problem is implementation. Last week I was attending TITA forward and customers clearing conference, where we strengthened about that. Africa is now a time that we need to see things implemented. These things of red tapes that we need to reduce, we need to make our economy grow. Because at this moment, our economy is not growing enough to absorb unemployment. That's why we need to be realistic. As long as we can speak nice things, but if we don't make it, enforce them to happen, implemented, making conducive environment for sector to play, and a conducive environment for capital to get flowing in.
Got you. Oscar, do you have a question, or are you sharing your opinion?
No, our question, my opinion is clarity. We need to fast track, implement it, reducing red tapes, implementation, make sure that policies that are being designed, that are on paper to make it happen.
Thank you so much, Oscar. Let's take another question. Fair point that you've made there. Let's take your question, sir.
Greetings, everyone. Simbarashe Junoera, Kudzo Foundation. Firstly, it's more of a humble request to the whole panel. There's something vital that Mr. Gamos Zanamwe said about the SMEs. And coming from my sector, which is the corporate social responsibility sector, it's one of the key proponents of social, not only just social development, but local economic development. For us to have a vibrant SMME, some of the skills that they get to learn is because of certain community building organizations that distribute these skills to them. Now, my question to the whole, or my request to the whole panel is as follows. The skills which you have highly mentioned, and I'll start with Mr. Oskido. As far as IP is concerned, when we get into the township economies, we're humbly requesting that if there is any particular form of skills training programs that are there, Kudzo Foundation is ready, full of capacity and willing to do that. Same thing with the vehicle financing. Just this couple of months ago, we rolled about 350, up to 350 people in a certain community as far as personal financing and vehicle financing. Ms. Nobuhle, we're ready to talk if you want.
Simbarashe,
thank you.
Do you have a question, or you're marketing yourself? Because you could just give us your website, sir.
Okay, like I had said, it's a humble request.
It's a humble request?
Yes.
Okay, got you. Just to make it easy for everyone, what's your website? Where do you find you? The name of the foundation?
Okay, so for the sake
just
of
the name, yes.
For the sake of the Gen Zs, Instagram, Kudzo_foundation. That's easy.
Thank you.
Yes.
Perfect. Next time, do that, but appreciate your help. Let's get one more question in from this end, and of course, the feedback has been heard from the panelists. If you could go ahead, sir. We kindly request that you do keep it brief. I'm aware that we're under pressure for time.
Thank you very much. My name is Voisile Mwedi. I come from the Tusopala Foundation. I'm the CEO there. Thank you very much that one is talking to a bank that is listening and very, very embracing. What was that? Afreximbank. Look, my question is very simple. It's pertaining to the question of the risk aspect. How do you mitigate, how do you protect, especially an aspiring entrepreneur who wants to do business in the continent, as we are actually pushing us for that? I mean, in issues such as payment, for instance, the payment risk, the country risks, and the commercial risks. So my question is actually directed to the Afreximbank.
Gotcha.
And thank you very much.
Thank you so much. We'll try to get responses to all these questions. I'm aware that we do have some pressure in terms of time, but I think maybe let's start off with the question from Vuisile, specifically focused on risk, how it is that the bank does manage risk. And I believe perhaps for all our panelists, as you respond with closing remarks, we do need to be cognizant that we have a significant number of entrepreneurs in the room. So it does need to be practical for them in terms of the risk that they're taking on, the size of their business, the scale that they're looking to get to, and the capacity that they might have at the moment. But maybe if you could, Dr. Gainmore, firstly respond to the quick question on risk.
Yes, thank you very much. I think it's a very good question. So if you're a small business, let's say you want to expand to, it could be Nigeria, Egypt, Algeria, what Afreximbank actually does first is we look at your business, and we have got a department that actually focuses on providing what we call market intelligence under our Africa Trade Gateway. We actually use artificial intelligence to try and predict the markets and supply chains. We can actually first tell you that you are likely to succeed in this market. And that's the first way of trying to mitigate the risk. So you have to identify the right market. Once you are in that market, we also go granular and try to actually identify some of the risk profile of that country. And if there is a political risk, if there is probably risk in terms of challenges to repatriate your profit after investing in that country, we bring in our various guarantees that will cover political risk and the repatriation of capital. If it is to do with the business risk, we can actually also help you to actually structure your intervention in that particular country so that we can mitigate the risk, including payment risk. We've got country risk guarantees and payment guarantees that we also have at our disposal. And we can actually put an icing on the cake by using the Pan-African payment and settlement system, which will actually mean that you can actually do business in local currency and you will not be able to have the foreign currency risk. So these are some of the initiatives that we actually have, and I'm happy to talk to you and other people in the room who are looking at expanding to other African markets. Thank you.
100%. We had another comment from Simbarashi who was talking about skills development, and whilst he made a plea in terms of support, I think what we also need to understand is that outside of just knocking on Afreximbank's door, as participants, as industry leaders for the organizations you work with, the institutions you run, do you offer and extend ongoing skills development in the spaces that you're in? Even through CanEx, do we see that coming through creatively? And maybe let's start with yourself, Oscar, and then, of course, get your perspective as well, in terms of skills. In other words, passing on the baton to make sure that there's a heightened level of more participants with skills in the industry.
AAAM point of, can you all hear me?
Yes, I think, can you all hear now?
Yes.
Perfect.
So from a AAAM point of view, which actually is with all the OEMs, especially those that are here in South Africa, we do cover skills development broadly within the continent. But then specifically at Isuzu, because I'm also wearing that hat of being a corporate planning executive at Isuzu, we have different programs that we offer, starting from youth right up to many other programs that I don't really have to mention here. But of course, you're more than welcome to tap into our space and we can direct you to the right channels. But if I were to just give my closing remarks before I pass on, I strongly believe, especially from an automotive point of view, we are really building the Africa we want. If you talk of the Agenda 2063, we are on that journey. It's no longer just talks. Someone spoke about a lot of policies, but no actions. We're actually on action. I think we're no longer talking, we're doing the work. We're no longer the next frontier, we are the now.
Got you. Skills transfer, what is Canex doing and how do we take the lessons and learnings you have in your career, Canex, and pass them on to other entrepreneurs within the creative space?
Yes, definitely. As I say that with Canex Music Factory, we are already working with a lot of young artists. So if you are coming to Algeria, you can come and visit. We're going to be setting up a studio where we just allow walk-ins. If you're an artist, you can come in there and showcase your skill, and then we record you. And if, say, you can't make it, if you're a producer, you can send your music, and then we can get other artists, to come in and participate, on that song in terms of collaboration. So
will you use
therefore
the song on your TikTok videos?
Yes. So therefore, yeah, we're also going to be looking definitely at the educational element. As I said before, that what's key is the IP, to educate our artists, because we've seen a lot of our musicians dying pure, saying that they've been robbed and all that. Hence, we're also looking to say that we need to have our own distribution so that we are able to give the artist a big chunk of royalties. So therefore, we're working on that, especially the educational element, and we're going to be focusing on that.
100%. I think very valid points that we have had so far on the panel. Due to the interest of time, I think we'll have to conclude it there just to ensure that everyone does walk away with greater insight into the conversation. It's been very wide, it's been very broad because of the different industries, the sectors, the nuances that have been provided. So unfortunately, we will have to cut it there. I see your disappointment, but the bosses in the background are telling me that we're under pressure for time and have come under pressure. But what I will encourage you to do, though, is that there is an opportunity for you to interact with the various panelists to address your questions, the industries themselves as well. And as we've heard, Afreximbank is clearly the right way to go to ensure that you do get yourself ready in terms of your projects to execute the growth that you're looking for and make your way to Algeria in September for the Intra-Africa Trade Fair. I'd like to take this opportunity to thank my panelists for having joined us on stage. In a moment, we do want to ensure that we do take a photo opportunity with them. They'll also be joined by a few participants on stage who will be taking a photo opportunity with them, just to make sure that we're able to capture the moment and the conversation that has taken place. So, ladies and gentlemen, as we do prepare for just a brief second session and a brief takeaway, I do want us to have an opportunity to welcome the second panel on stage in just a moment. But before we do that, I'd like us to applaud my panelists for joining us on this particular session. As they stand up, I'm made aware that there is a team of photographers who will take a picture of the various panelists who are here and acknowledge their presence and, of course, just record this on standby, following which we will take another series of several pictures and photos that will be taken of the various dignitaries and speakers who are here. They, too, will join us on stage for several images. And from there, then we will have an opportunity to have a brief break. This essentially will be lunch, and then we'll be able to continue and commence with the remainder of our sessions. I'm understanding that correctly, but in the meantime, if our photographers could gather around, this is a test for everyone else. When you take a photo in a group setting, I guess you can all come closer to make sure that we are in the light. Stomach in, chest out. Ladies, roll your shoulders back. Left knee forward. As that image takes place, allow me to, pardon me for a second. To the technical team, Fantastic. If you could assist me just with some audio. So we are segueing into a part of the program where we are incorporating a number of photo sessions that we'd like to include. This offers us an opportunity just to have today's briefing and, of course, conversations here on record. I would like to take an opportunity as well to our panelists, don't go too far off because there will be a joint group picture, to acknowledge the presence of the various speakers that we also have here, ladies and gentlemen. If I could ask on the Honorable Mambaleka Mbete to make her way to the stage. She'll be joined as well by the Deputy Minister to join us as well for a photo opportunity, following which we'll be joined by Ambassador Achui giving us a photo opportunity and also giving us an opportunity to gather with the other ambassadors who are represented in the room. I'm kindly asking for your patience as audience members because we're aware that we will break for lunch shortly after this. In the interim, though, we'd just like to take a photo opportunity with the various representatives and speakers in the room. So you're more than welcome. Please stay with us and participate. We will ensure that we break for lunch promptly at 1 o'clock or just before. That would also give us the opportunity to segue into the second sessions. But for the moment, if we can, kindly request to the front of the stage the presence of Honorable Mambaleka Mbete to join us, the Deputy Minister as well, who's present, Minister Sihle Zikalala, will also be joined by Minister Al Achui, who joins us as well, and will be joined by the representative of Afreximbank as well, board member, Mr. Ronin Dooley. If we could please have them join us on stage. Our technical team can assist with some music in the background as we try to ensure that we get this photo opportunity done correctly. Ambassador Andre Zapayeke, if you could also join us, please, on stage for a photo opportunity.
Trade and investment event is presented by the African Export-Import Bank, Afreximbank, the African Union Commission, and the AfCFTA Secretariat. Join us from September the 4th to the 10th, 2025 to access more opportunities for trade, partnerships and possibilities across Africa. With over 2,000 exhibitors, 35,000 plus attendees from 140 plus countries, and the potential to generate $44 billion in trade and investment opportunities, this edition is set to be a game changer. Access more trade. Showcase your products and services in our customized pavilions, designed to connect you with sponsors, investors, partners, and decision makers from business, government, the diaspora, the Caribbean, and the rest of the world. Whether you're a seasoned player or a startup, IATF 2025 opens doors to more connections, collaborations,
Fantastic. Thank you so
and
much.
growth. Over 7 exciting days, you'll be inspired by distinguished leading speakers from Africa and around the globe and gain valuable insights into the continent's trade and investment landscape, while elevating your brand recognition and showcasing your vibrant range
To the
of
technical
African
team, thank you
products
so
and
much. If you could please
services.
reduce the video, we will continue paying attention to it throughout the course of the day. But I do have a brief update. Several adjustments and changes to the panel program have taken place. As you can imagine, I am well aware that we've all been here for a while, and we all want to make sure we gain as much insight as possible through the various conversations that are taking place. In the interest of time, I've been advised that we're not going to take a break now. What we will do is move and segue into the second panel to ensure that our speakers are also in the room, that they are available, and we will have this panel discussion for at least 20 minutes. This will incorporate a Q&A from all of you as audience members and participants, and we will have a hard stop for lunch at 1:30. 1:30. As I look at the time right now, it is 9 minutes to 1 o'clock. So if you will allow us, just on the back of the request from the organizers who have informed us that a slight change to the program as we move to the second panel. From there, continue with the Q&A with that panel, and then take a break at... All right, we're going to need, if this was television, we'd ask for an ad break right now. But because it's real life, you are witnessing it all. So please bear with us, ladies and gentlemen. Just a few adaptations that we'd like to make to our program, and of course ensuring that we have as many of you in the room as possible to shift to the panel discussion. So we are going to get clarity on that in 2 minutes. If you could please stay with us in the room, because we are going to continue with the second panel discussion, and from there, then there'll be an opportunity to break for lunch. But this is a real life ad break. Please bear with us. We'll be with you in 2 minutes when we have full clarity on the commencement of the program. Music, please, technical.
No, we're going to go straight into the panel.
So we'll use these. All right.
Let's go.
We've got 2 hours. No, yeah, the other 2 will stay for Q&A for a while.
You good? You good? You good? They have their mics?
We've got 2 mics.
All right, perfect. Okay, cool. All right, so I need to go sort out catering. You good here, right?
So,
Thank you so much for your patience, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you as well to the technical team. Thank you to all involved for your patience as well with the program today. As you can imagine, many moving parts, but such is the dynamic. Live shows do continue and have to go on. I'm going to introduce our second panel discussion. They're going to join us on stage. We'll engage them for a brief panel discussion and, of course, ensure that we prioritize your questions, following which we will get some clarity on the activation, how to move forward from today on, especially for those who are very keen, eager, and as you've heard, you are welcome to participate in Algeria, and we'll hear from the ambassador of Algeria to South Africa and Lesotho, who'll give us some insight into the preparedness, the welcome, and the participation. From there, we'll have an opportunity to network, engage, and lunch will be served. Judging by the time, we are trying to ensure that we give you full value for the information that will be shared, so bear with us. But for the moment, allow me to introduce our second panel who will make their way up on stage, each of whom are going to give us some clarity on the role, function of the organizations regarding public-private participation and examples that we can learn in that regard. Please welcome to the front of the stage, joining me to have a seat as I introduce them each one by one, but we'll give them a joint round of applause. Mr. Humphrey Mnyugo, Director for Regional Operations for Southern Africa at Afreximbank, followed by Ms. Yolisa Kani, Chief Business Development Officer at Transnet, Mr. Gilbert Mapula, Chief Executive Officer at the Export Credit Insurance Corporation, Dr. Msizi Mieza, Chief Executive Officer for the Council for the Built Environment, CBE, and Ms. Shalati Baloyi, Lead Infrastructure Finance and Investment Infrastructure in South Africa. Please give them a warm round of applause as they make their way up onto stage. For the benefit of everyone in the room, we're going to ensure that we give quick-fire questions to the panelists, just giving us reflections and their respective organizations that they can share details on. So we'll start, of course, with perhaps an outside voice for just a moment, one that has seen significant growth and shifts in terms of public-private sector participation, and that's specific to our ports, our railways, and of course the ancillary effect that it has on our economy, especially impacting sectors like mining, which rely heavily on our rail network infrastructure. Ms. Kani, Sis Yolisa, this is where I'd like to come to you. The importance of Transnet, it's a state-owned entity, but boy oh boy, has it been opening up opportunities to private sector participants. Just share your thoughts with us as how this can be a lesson that can be implemented across the rest of the continent to prioritize intra-Africa trade.
Thank you so much, Gugu. Good afternoon, everybody, on this very cold winter's day. That's a very good question. I mean, let me start with the potential that we have as a continent. We're talking about a 1.5 billion population that's likely to double. Some say by 2070, some say even earlier, but that's besides the point. Point is we're a fast-growing continent. Transnet in and of itself, we are custodians, and for those of you who don't know Transnet, it's a state-owned freight and logistics company. We have 8 commercial ports. We have over 30,000 kilometers of a railway line, 16 port terminals. We have an OEM that's well capacitated from an engineering, manufacturing, and refurbishment point of view. And all of these, unfortunately, Gugu, for reasons known to everybody, we have a maintenance backlog. We have a backlog in terms of recapitalization of the port equipment that has made us lose our market share. If South African ports lose the market share, you can only imagine that it has a ripple effect in other parts of the continent. So when the rail reform was approved by Cabinet in 2023, it allowed us to crowdsource private sector funding, which is the much needed capital.
Yes.
We've already reached our limit in terms of how much debt we can now take, but we also appreciate the fact that out there's a rail addressable market of 300 million tons per annum.
Yes.
We're only doing half of that. And the only way we can play catch up is if we bring the private sector. If you follow us in the news, we've got about 5, 6 projects that are out in the market. We are trying to ascertain the market's appetite in terms of bringing in their capital, de-risking these projects, as well as bringing in the skill to reinvest in our ports,
Yes.
as well as the rail network. And in so doing, we are hoping then to unlock the intra-Africa trade. I mean, if we are trading within ourselves as the continent, it's 16%, but European trade amongst themselves is sitting at 70%. It means that more now than ever, we need to accelerate the AfCFTA.
100%. I'm glad you mentioned that because it's that logistical network, it's that support structure that will make it so much easier as well for us to actually step into those opportunities that exist. Mr. Nyugo, I'd like to come to you, Mr. Humphrey, just to give us some perspective as well. Financing is available, support is available, and of course this does unlock a lot more opportunities. Southern Africa is your focus. It's been clear that South Africa is the big brother, but talk to us about so much more potential that can be explored within the Southern Africa region and how members of these key stakeholder groups and entities play a critical role in that regard. Oh, you need a microphone, got you.
No, thank you so much for that. I think we're talking about PPPs, and we've heard from previous speakers speak about the infrastructure gap on the continent. From our perspective, there are potentially 2 critical mitigating factors that would stop the achievement of the benefit, the huge benefits of the Africa Continental Free Trade Area. One is the infrastructure gap issue, the infrastructure deficit. If we do not fix it,
yes,
we can't trade with each other.
Yes.
The second is the productive capacity. If we do not improve our productive capacity, it's not possible for Malawi to trade with Zimbabwe. What are they going to be selling to each other? To still be primary products. Now, the issue of infrastructure, one way that we as Afreximbank look at it, we see PPPs as a tool, a veritable tool to leapfrog and resolve the infrastructure deficit issue. And we have done this in different markets. Here, closer home to South Africa, we supported the development of Bird Bridge border post between South Africa and Zimbabwe. And today, it is a reference point for other borders, on the continent of Africa. We, as a result of that, developed a border strategy, which Gemma was talking about. Now we are replicating the same success in different borders across the continent. Now, on the infrastructure, it used to be the basic tenet of government. But today, as we know, governments do not have the financial muscle, they don't have the fiscal space to continue to finance infrastructure projects.
Yes.
So private sector must come in to support, must come in to help the public sector to deliver the requisite infrastructure. This Afreximbank is doing to support in different areas, what we call the trade enabling infrastructure. In Tanzania, we supported the largest dam construction on the continent, $3 billion,
Yes.
which was done on a PPP basis. And we are replicating these railways. We're supporting, working with Tello and some other railways around to facilitate movement of goods across borders. So it is at the heart of Afreximbank, and we have the capacity to support movement of goods and people across borders on the continent. Thank you so much.
100%. Thank you. Maybe let's talk about this infrastructure, especially from a built environment point of view, to get some clarity as to how we get it done, how it is that we need to ensure that we unlock so much more potential. Many of your fellow panelists have already commented on access to financing, the patient capital that's required from a built environment point of view. I'm keen to understand, again, when it comes to private-public partnerships, and of course unleashing so much more opportunity that does exist. Give us some experience from your background and institution, Mr. Miaza, if there are opportunities that can yet to be catalyzed to move us forward.
No, thank you very much, Gugu. I think, look, I just want to state by saying I represent the built environment. It's a profession made up of engineers, architects, town planners, project managers, and. What is important is for the project to be bankable, it has to be implementable.
Yes.
And most of the projects fail because you miss the project preparatory work, which I think I'm glad when I listened to my colleagues earlier, they were talking about financing that particular aspect of work. So from a Council for the Built Environment point of view, there are two things that we advocate for. One is professional ethics, because some of the projects do not fail because there was no funding, but there were ethical dilemmas. But two is for the sector or the financing institute to understand that professionals, in most cases, you run small companies. So if you're a professional engineer, unless if you're a big corporate company, you're likely to have 4 professional engineers in your company.
Yep.
So therefore, your bank balance might not reflect what is required when you bid for projects. The third issue that we've been engaging on with the profession is how do we then transport our skills to other countries in Africa? And what are the opportunities that we should be tapped into? And I think the Afreximbank is a partner, and I've took 3 slides that I thought would be important for us to further engage post this conference.
Yes.
Because that would be the basis for us to say, we are available, 100,000 professionals in South Africa across the disciplines who can assist in unlocking this potential investment that everyone's talk about. But how do we go about doing it? Because we are small players in a bigger scheme of things. And one of the things that we're trying to manage as well is that professionals cannot be managed by contractors, because the construction work happens after design. So if you get it wrong, where you're financing a contractor who has not designed the road infrastructure, you might be running into trouble. But I think those are some of the conversations that we're picking up, and I think we are glad that we are here to represent the industry and the opportunities that are there for us to take into. As a public entity of public works, I think that's one of the advocacy work that we do as well within the country. But I think we want to expand and create opportunities for our colleagues in the African market. Thanks.
100%. This panel is rather unique because if you realize anything, that the value chain certainly does exist. Project preparation, the infrastructure is there, just needs to be maintained, and of course, even supported going forward in terms of growth initiatives. The capital is there. We certainly have the skills base to make sure that we're able to maintain it. And the 2 things that we need to ensure we cover, of course, risk, and of course, prioritization of ongoing investment for the long term to expand on what already does exist. Chalati, maybe let me start with you before closing off on some of the concerns and thoughts about risk. But in your capacity, again, infrastructure is a big area of investment for you. We've mentioned that it needs patient capital. We've highlighted the critical importance of partnerships. But what else needs to shift, especially given that we're going cross-border, cross-region, in terms of aligning and building up the integration on the continent?
Okay, thank you so much, Gugu, and good afternoon to the members here today for the Intra-African Trade Fair. I'm with Infrastructure South Africa, and Infrastructure South Africa, we are a central government agency, and we're an infrastructure center of excellence. So our mandate is to deliver on South Africa's infrastructure investment plan, and we do this by delivering a robust pipeline of infrastructure projects that are bankable. So what we do is that we provide project preparation support, And so the preparation support varies. It's in 5 categories, and then I'll just touch on them quickly. So the first one is technical support. So here we provide feasibility studies. We update our financial models. We also do business case development and also detailed designs and geotechnical studies and the like. And the second category is regulatory support. So we do the unblockings that are necessary for the success of infrastructure projects. And this could include any permits or licenses that are required to ensure that the infrastructure project is successful. The third element is legal support. We provide any unblockings that is associated with legal and also structuring of projects. And then the fourth element is institutional capacity. Here we'll identify key stakeholders that are critical in the success of the infrastructure project, and we'll ensure that those stakeholders participate in the project development. And then lastly, it's capacity building across the 3 spheres of government, which is national, provincial, and a local government. And we see the greatest need in municipalities. So we'll provide technical support to the municipalities. And I think the advantage of Infrastructure South Africa is that we have a close working relationship with the international finance institutions. We have a forum called the Development Partners Forum. So this comprises different multilateral development banks, DFIs, and development partners, so we can leverage them on issues of like technical support or technical assistance and advisory services. Thank you.
100%. Very important that you also impact municipalities, as you've mentioned, because that's where we feel the impact of big infrastructure. It's the water coming out of your taps, the road network you're able to manage, the support services that you have in your community that all play a critical role. As we've heard, risk is a big one that typically comes up. And this is where the big question definitely goes to you, Mr. Maphumulela, just to help us understand, as the ECIC, you play a very critical role in de-risking these projects that everyone has been alluding to. Help us understand how this remains a priority for your organization, especially where triple Ps are involved.
Thanks, Gugu. And, you know, I think you're right. The biggest risk that we face in making an investment is, you know, is how that investment needs to be made. What kind of a climate environment exists, you know? And it's very important to look at different areas of where there's risk management. Sometimes could be the risk that resides within the project, and sometimes could be the risk that resides at a country level. So obviously, in our case, we do assess the risk at a country level, you know, whether as a country, you know, are there any fundamental challenges when it comes to making investment? Then you look at the regulatory environment, you look at availability of hard currency,
yes,
whether the country will be able to repay or can it avail hard currency to support the project. And then we also look at a regulatory framework. Is there a regulatory framework for PPs, to be implemented and also to be managed and thrive very well? And then we also look at the procurement process. In some of the countries on the continent, you don't have public tender system. You've got unsolicited bids. You know, and those are institutionalized. There's a legal framework that needs to be followed in terms of following the process of unsolicited. So we also make sure that we look at whether the PP or the entity that has been awarded that contract to implement the PP, what process has been followed? Was it awarded fairly? Has cabinet, parliament approvals been given?
Yes.
That is very important. Then, you know, in our bigger scheme of things, obviously it's very important to understand, you know, how that project will be rolled out. Which is, you look at the partners that are involved in there. You know, who's the contractor, you know, what is the service that's going to be provided? If it's power, you also look at, you know, things like the tariff, how does it work, the inputs that are required, who's going to supply those? So those are some of the risks that we look at. But very importantly, when we de-risk the project, we provide our insurance coverage, which provides both commercial risk and political risk. And by doing so, we de-risk the project from the funders' from the, providers of capital.
Yes.
And that is very important because it also created opportunity to support other projects. So if we've got a bank that is provided there, they know that, if an event that leads to a loss happens, ECSA will be there to compensate them. And obviously, they will be rest assured that, we do not have to be worried about that.
Yes.
But let me just highlight one thing. When you look at the continent and look at the infrastructure deficit, it's quite big. The continent needs about 170 billion, a year to meet its infrastructure needs. And when you look at the current trend in terms of what are the governments raising, it's about 80 billion. So that big shortfall, it does create a big risk in terms of, economic development. It also affects or impacts on our global competitiveness as the continent. So, which is very key. So I think there's always space for, entities like ECIC to keep on providing the mitigations, to enable infrastructure projects to be carried. For example, Humphrey stated or referred to the Bed-Bridge Border Post project.
Yes.
We were involved with them. I mean, if you look at the country like Zimbabwe, there's had currency shortages.
Yes.
But that project is a cash cow. The transfer fees are being paid in rands, dollars, and other currencies. And, for us to be able to support that project, we had to negotiate with agreement with the government, to agree on ring-fencing the revenue that is generated there and keeping it offshore, so that it can be utilized to service the debt.
100%.
Yeah. And by doing so, we enable the infrastructure project to be carried.
Yeah.
It has improved efficiency. It has improved security.
Yeah.
It has also improved, traveler experience. I mean, there are dedicated lines for freight. There are dedicated lines for buses. There are dedicated lines for light vehicles. So those vehicles are processed very quickly. The project is also implemented an ICT solution system to do that, and also to improve collection of the revenues. And I can say today, I'm very proud of that project. I always refer to it, every time, that it's one of the projects that we did in a country that could be considered to be high risk, but the project is very successful. It's working very well. Even some of the sponsors, they come back to us and say, we are comfortable because we can see the cash flows are very robust. We don't need your cover anymore.
That's true. Yeah. I find it so refreshing and glad that you used that example because we understand the full ecosystem, but most importantly, how we have unique solutions to uniquely African challenges. And it doesn't necessarily mean you write a market or a country or a region or a project completely off. There's a way within which we can make it work for every stakeholder who's on the room and on this particular platform here today. I'm double checking if we do have any questions from any of you who have key questions in terms of infrastructure, triple Ps, and of course benefits in the long term. We've got one question, so your hand is up. The microphone is making its way to you. We'll address your question. And I find it refreshing because ultimately all this trade that we talk about doesn't happen without these stakeholders here in the room. Shifting goods and services from the ports with professionals through borders, passports, getting through the necessary customs, and of course even the resources right down into communities. That is what is critical. Sir, please go ahead with your question. We'll take one question and then hear concluding remarks from the panel.
Okay, good day everyone. My name is Prince from a company called Talk Mining Solutions. So we're doing piping for mining industry. My question is to Ms. Yala from Transnet, because I understand Transnet is the most important support system in our country. Without it functioning, it means the economy is gone. So I'm seeing, and a lot of guys in business, trucks have replaced what is the backbone of Transnet, which is trains. At the moment, the ports are clogged. You go to Richards Bay, the line for trucks is about kilometers on end. So I just wanted to find out two questions from you, because that on its own Without a functioning Transnet, the economy is dead. We can sit here and say we want to link Africa from Cape to Cairo, but if we don't have infrastructure that supports this vision, then we won't be able to realize it. So my question is to you, do we have timelines when we can say Transnet will be fully functional where the trains will replace the trucks, because it affects business. I'm from the mining industry. I see on a day-to-day basis where the coal is delayed. A couple of minerals are delayed. They can't reach to the client on time because, not because of the mine can't produce, but because the transportation from product to port is a problem. So do we have a timeline to say from this time to this time we would have sorted this?
Got you. If I may interrupt, sir, is that specifically related to mining and exportation of resources, or rather a focus on the conversation for today?
All round.
Intra-African trade, because that's the priority here, how we connect to the rest of our peers.
Because Intra-Africa, it's a very important question, Gugu, because Intra-Africa is linked to
I understand.
What Transnet is
This just
doing.
might not be the right platform. Hence, I'm asking if it's related to the rest of the continent. But you'll take it, okay.
And then just to clarify to Okuku, my question is the linkage of Transnet to link Zim, especially the Southern African region, to say, do we have plans to integrate the SADC, for example, instead of the whole of the continent? When I need to produce my product here and send it to Zim, I don't have to rely on the road, I can rely on the rail.
Understood. Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you very much. I mean, I'm not going to repeat the things you've stated as a matter of fact. So the past 2 years we've spent on what we called our recovery plan. There was a time when the volumes were on a slippery slide, like year on year the volumes were going down. We're happy to say that as of the year that ended at the end of March, we have seen a slide up on the volumes. We did not meet the target, but in the past 2 years at least, we've recorded almost 20 more million tons of rail addressable cargo back on rail. The problems come a long way, starting from a decision that was made to not invest in the maintenance of the railway line. And we are seeing that playing itself now. The rail breakages, the trains that were procured and parts of them were irregular, that we can no longer fix because we have an impasse with the manufacturer. That's a story that's played out in the media as well. Starting from the 1st of April, we are now we call it the reinvent ourselves for growth. In other words, we think we've recovered. We've addressed the decline, we're now getting ourselves up for growth. And that growth is happening in many fronts. It is our railway engineering, transit engineering, which are the manufacturers of this rolling stock, and they also maintain and refurbish them. We've recapacitated them. We are getting them up for their ability to give us more locomotives back online as well as the wagons. On the other hand, we are investing in ports and we are investing in our railway line. Because our balance sheet is constrained, some of these initiatives we have applied for funding through Infrastructure South Africa. Maybe that could be your closing remarks. In other instances, we've gone out to the market to check if the private sector has an appetite to come and invest in the ports and in the railway space. But the biggest shift that has happened is that the minister has opened the rail network for private sector companies. So if you have cargo and you have rolling stock and you've applied for a slot, Bob is your uncle. What she has said, however, is that in the next 5 years, as a collective, Transnet and the private sector train operating companies must have regained 250 million tons of rail addressable cargo back onto rail. And then I want to quickly talk to two things. You talked about intra-Africa trade or, integration within the continent. There are two projects I'd like to mention with you as quickly as possible. The North-South corridor is one of the problems that we are solving for. It's a long-standing problem. It's got many problems, but one of them that we thought was an easy and quick win was the ring fencing of rolling stock to service all the way from the DRC to our ports in Durban. So we've gone out to the market. We're looking for a private sector company that can become call it a joint venture partner in establishing a leasing company for rolling stock. We've got assets that we've ring-fenced for this. We're talking about 21,000 wagons and about 600 locomotives. What we need is to inject capital to refurbish these assets, then they are back in the market. Since we went out to the market, half of those assets are already in demand. We've got a healthy order book. We're out in the market. We're hoping that when we close in July, we'll get good respondents back in the market in August, September for an RFP, and hopefully by the end of the financial year, next year, March, we will then be putting on the table what we would call the preferred bidder. And that's a bidder we'll go with into establishing this rolling stock company. That will then list these assets, not just in South Africa for the train operating company, but in the continent. There's another project that we hardly talk about, which is we've got a joint development agreement with Botswana, between Botswana and Transnet. We've agreed to build a coal line that comes from the coal basin in Botswana into South Africa. This is 116 kilometers of a both greenfield and a brownfield line. And that line is at the back of, there is a response from 14 coal mining companies who are saying, you build that line, we bring the cargo. Swatini Rail as well, they're here, and as well as CFM in Mozambique. So there's a lot that is happening in that space. It's always a toss between servicing ourselves, but also understanding that we're a critical cog in in integrating the continent from a freight and logistics point of view. I'm summarizing a very long story that I'm happy to talk to you about offline, but I hope that answers your question.
100%. Fantastic. Thank you so much for that response. I hope it does provide you some clarity. There is another hand that we have up. I think we'll take this one more question and then get a response and very briefly incorporate the closing remarks from each panelist. And perhaps if we can start thinking about the closing remarks is largely how do we shift the needle so that in a year's time, your institution, your sector has done something different to get us quicker and bolder to the golden objective of intra-African trade. So please go ahead with your question, and then we'll come to the panel.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Gugu, and the panelists. Dr. Oti from Liberty Standard Bank Group. My question is basically more to do with Transnet and the tracking services. In as far as Intra-African Trade Fair is concerned, we are going out, rather you are going out to encourage, this intra-trade between countries. Do you have a seat on the security table in as far as discussions are concerned regarding the safety of resources? Safety of resources, we're talking about those trucks, truck drivers themselves. As you know, sometimes we have got protests, violent protests that take place where foreign drivers are not allowed to drive in South Africa, not legally, but when I say not legally, I mean not by government, but by people who are not understanding the value of intertrade. So do you have a seat on the security round table where you actually emphasize the importance of us having drivers from Congo, from Zambia, from Zimbabwe, and so on and so forth? Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir.
It's a very difficult question. I mean, rail. Ideally, there shouldn't be any cargo on the trucks, but
yes.
it is what it is. Look, let me start by the problem that we have on safety as Transnet. I think 2 years ago, the amount of cable theft that was stolen was over 1,000 kilometers. Literally, it's like originating from Johannesburg all the way to Cape Town.
Mm-hmm.
And the syndicates that are involved in this, you arrest today, the following day they're back at it again. We've spent over 2 billion rands on security, and we're not a security company. But security is one of our biggest problems. So what have we done to address this? We're now changing the copper itself, the wires, to something else that is of no value. But what is of importance is that if they cut the line, then it's too late. You've got to have preventative measures. They shouldn't even cut the line. So we have a relationship with our customers where we are now using, the strategy is now called outcomes-based. So we don't contract you on the basis of how many horses and how many dogs you're going to bring. We contract you and pay you on the basis of how many incidents have you prevented from happening.
Got you.
And then together with our customers, we share the responsibility. If we do night shift, they do day shift. And we're trying to bring in technology into the space. That's how we're dealing with, and also, by the way, through the National Logistics Crisis Committee, we're working very closely with SAPS. Not so long ago, they walked the mile just to understand the intricacies of a railway line. And Gugu, this is where municipalities come in, by the way.
Yes.
Because the security will be up the hill there. The guys know that you can't traverse that distance with a car. So they have a good 30 minutes to do what they need to do, and they're gone. And there's a lot of parties and stakeholders that are involved here. But let's come to the question that you've raised about the truck drivers. It impacts on us because we've had instances where the entry to the port has been closed off by local truck drivers, asking us not to allow foreign truck drivers into the port, but we don't employ truck drivers.
Got you.
So between ourselves, Department of Health, Home Affairs rather, as well as the trucking industry, there's a conversation to be had. Because in some instances, the truck driver is legitimately in the country. In some cases, it is not. But it's good to say that we haven't seen those incidences in a while. So I believe that the intervention that was put by DOT, Department of Home Affairs, to some degree, it is working.
Got you. Thank you so much for that response. I hope it does build up on some of the queries that have been had. I do want us to get to the concluding remarks and perhaps giving each panelist 30 seconds just to help us understand how we shift the needle and the radar. Cecilia, I think you've given us a lot more context from a Transnet point of view, so we might just skip you for this one. But Chalati, let's come to you. Infrastructure, South Africa. What's the one thing that we can look forward to in the next year that will shift the needle, helping facilitate intra-Africa trade and regional trade, given the infrastructure commitments and developments you'll make?
Thanks, Gugu. So Infrastructure South Africa is committed to, we're committed to closing the infrastructure gap by providing a robust and high impact pipeline of infrastructure projects. And maybe to support Transnet, we've supported a few projects in our pipeline, including Project Ukuvuselela, where we provided feasibility studies and also business case. And the project has received budget facility for infrastructure, which is a grant from the National Treasury, and this will be used to catalyze additional sources of funding from the private sector. And also in the new pipeline, we're prioritizing the Durban to Johannesburg rail corridor. We will be providing project preparation support for the refurbishment of the rail corridor.
That's huge news.
Yeah.
And I think something that needs to be celebrated, because if you look at the economic activity between the two cities, it's very significant.
Yes.
Got you.
And
last 10
then,
seconds,
and then maybe
Chalati.
the last one is the Bohobai Port and Rail Development, which is also another Transnet project. We're providing project preparation support for the development of the rail and the port at Bohobai. This will also promote economic development and exports to the rest of the continent from Northern Cape. Thank you.
Fantastic. Mr. Mapula, 30 seconds. What can we expect from the ECIC shifting the needle?
Yes, you're quite right. I think, as I've indicated, the provision of the risk mitigation is very important.
Yes.
So the insurance products that we've got, they support exporters, investors, as well as, providers of capital, banks, and institutional investors. So we will continue to provide our insurance capacity to underwrite more projects on the continent. Obviously, the projects have to be bankable.
Yes.
Have to support and promote intra-trade. And for, the most important thing for us is to create jobs, providing markets for our exporters.
10 seconds.
And yes, and then in the process, I think one of the things that we need to do, we need to integrate our SMMEs into the supply chain.
100%.
Very important that we give them opportunities to be part of those big projects, because those big projects, they also, empower them to acquire new skills that they can use for other projects as well.
Definitely. So entrepreneurs, keep your ears on the ground and look for the partnerships. Mr. Miaza, when it comes to professionals, What can we expect shifting the dial in a year's time?
No, thank you very much. I think I want to thank Humphrey for the invitation. So we'll be in Algeria. The second issue, I think Afreximbank needs to appreciate that the profile of professionals is changing in Africa. It's becoming younger, innovative, and adventurous. Therefore, how you finance them, you need to consider all of those factors. And lastly, let's consider sharing more information about opportunities, especially for the consulting space, because that's part of your de-risking. If you don't get it right at the pre-feasibility stages, by getting the right professional team, your projects will fail. So we are ready to support the work of different states. And I think our view is that it has to be an Africa-led growth.
Yes.
And we must create linkages and build and learn from each other. I think the point that Zekalala made, there's no big brother.
Yes.
It's about mutual learning, it's about knowledge sharing, but it's also about growing together as a nation. Thanks.
Thank you so much. Ms. Kani, I'll skip you. I think you've given us a comprehensive overview. Mr. Nyugo, I think phenomenal words that have been shared here by your panelists, especially Mr. Mieza, in terms of the new considerations. So as Afreximbank, you've done a lot of work. You continue to do it. In a year's time, 2 years' time, when we meet again, what can we, well, post-September, what can we look forward to you doing that will shift the radar?
Well, in a year's time, I would like to see Afreximbank financing a lot of projects, transactions, and companies in South Africa to enable them to do business elsewhere on the continent under the AfCFTA framework.
Got you.
So, I mean, you are coming to Algeria, you're coming there to seek out opportunities. Despite all the huge positive that we would speak about on the AfCFTA being a game changer for the continent, it will only be for those who are ready. It will only be for those who are prepared. And what we are saying as Afreximbank is that you should dare to dream. Dream about what you want to do elsewhere on the continent. Dream about how you want to take advantage of the 1.5, 1.4 billion people that is suddenly your market. Dream about how to take advantage of $3.5 trillion of GDP.
Yes.
That is on the continent. And as you dream, Afreximbank will be there to support you all the way. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, please give my panelists a round of applause, given their contribution to the conversation so far today. We will stand up. There will be a photo opportunity as I do introduce the next speaker. So perhaps if our colleagues could please make their way to the front for a photo opportunity quite quickly. The panel itself will be prepared and, of course, come towards the center of the stage. In the light, stomach in, chest out, bend the knee for a quick photo opportunity. I had seen my colleagues with, we sorted with the photographer? Oh, fantastic, perfect. Just changing lenses. But I think more than anything, what this panel has taught us, ladies and gentlemen, especially for entrepreneurs, we often bemoan access to markets, access to funding, access to mentorship. The truth is, it's all right here. And I think that's been evidenced by the key takeaways that we have from our panelists, that we do just need to actively participate and engage and make sure that we are able to interact not only with the businesses within these industries that might have been there as juggernauts, but they're certainly looking to partner, but also with the key financial services players and industry body professionals who are also there. Thank you again to our panelists as they make their way off stage. Another round of applause for them, please, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you kindly. We again to the panelists, and of course many of you actively engaging with your questions and industry insights and themes that we've had to discuss. There's been a lot that we've spoken about. It's been a lengthy day, slightly longer than what we anticipated, and again, we appreciate and acknowledge your time. But we are getting to the key areas that you need to be mindful of. Following the presentation we had from Dr. Gainmore, we understand how we need to prepare ourselves when we approach Afreximbank, who have a toolkit to make sure that everybody is enabled and capacitated as you make your way to Algeria, interact with peers, and confidently step into doing business with colleagues and counterparts across the continent. But how do you get there? Well, that's what we're going to hear from our next speaker, who'll give us some insight just in terms of making sure that we are fully ready, we are prepared, and understand those details. Please welcome to the front of the stage Ms. Janice Costa, Consultant, Trade Facilitation and Investment Promotion Lead for Afreximbank, who will help us understand how we get ready for the next 80 days to meet in Algeria. Thank you so much. A round of applause for Janice, please.
Thank you, Gugu. Good afternoon, everybody. All protocols observed. I'm going to be very quick and not keep you here for too long. Why are we here? Intra-Africa Trade Fair taking place from the 4th to the 10th of September in Algiers, Algeria. Please pull out your phones, save the date, the 4th to the 10th of September, Algiers, Algeria. We had a lot of explanations in terms of the IATF. I'm not going to go into very much detail. We have a team who are outside, who've got all the brochures, all the information of how you can participate in the event. The event, there's many ways you can participate in terms of attending. You can participate as a sponsor and get a seat at the table, which would be very good. Or you could actually take an exhibition booth and showcase your products or your services at the event. Or you can actually just attend as a delegate or a visitor and actually enjoy all the facilities we got to offer. We do have the QR code up. Scan right now. You can get to scan to register. I encourage you to do this right now. And also, just something very small I want to tell you about the Intra-Africa Trade Fair. This is just not an event. This is the continent's most powerful trade and investment platform. We connect businesses, we connect policymakers, we connect investors in ways that will drive real economic transformation. So I just also want to show you a very small video, which is a success story that is proof to what actually happens at the IATF.
In Nigeria, I saw the challenges the farmers were having. Agriculture was lagging behind as far as the incorporation of technology. And that's when I really saw that drones could actually not only make an impact, but it could revolutionize farming. In 2018, I was invited to the Intra-African Trade Fair, and that changed everything for me. And this is where I met two Asian men who came to my booth and shared the sentiments that I had around the application of drones on farm fields. That led to the opportunity for me to set up my engineering office right here in Singapore. Today, we're growing and expanding beyond Africa into Southeast Asia. IATF is filled with visionaries that are bringing African solutions to global problems. I would encourage every entrepreneur to give their business a chance and take a leap into intra-African trade.
Esteemed guests, that is proof enough of why Intra-Africa Trade Fair is so valuable. It is more than an event. This is where real deals take place. This is where the real platform is. Throughout the past editions, we've had deals over $100 billion conducted. So I urge you right now, you take your chance and be like the young gentleman, Uzo, who was just very young at the stage where he was actually located. Register now, take your booth, and let me see you in Algiers, Algeria. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Janice, for that presentation. And I think what's important for us to mention is, of course, the scanning of the QR code, but do be mindful that outside, as you make your way outside this exit of the main venue, we do have several booths where you can actively participate in the sectors that you are keen and interested in. From automotive to manufacturing to the creative industries, there are opportunities for you to speak directly with representatives who will be able to guide you on the journey going forward. And of course, making sure that you are prepared in Algiers in September. Well, for us to get there, we certainly need to make sure that our passports are ready and of course that they'll be stamped and approved for entrance there. One thing that certainly does speak to ongoing partnerships and traveling the continent, working and trade across the continent is productive and fruitful diplomatic ties. I think we've all seen the importance of this throughout the news headlines, and it's emphasized and underscored even more so here on the continent. To give us our closing remarks in reflection of the conversations we've had today, to also help us understand, for many South Africans who haven't yet gone north of the border just yet, what you can anticipate, the excitement, the culture, and prepare yourself for the immersion with our peers across the African continent in Algeria. please warmly welcome to the front of the stage His Excellency Ambassador Al Achui, Ambassador of Algeria to South Africa and Lesotho, representing the Embassy of Algeria here on stage today. Please give him a warm welcome. Thank you.
Thank you very much to give me this opportunity to be here with you, dear Mama Mbete, Excellencies, our friend from Afreximbank, our friend from business and investment sectors, our friend from media, ladies and gentlemen. Let me at first express my happiness to be in South Africa, the country of Mandela, our friend and brothers. Since I have only 1 month here, I am very happy to be here, and I look forward to meet many from people from the sector of investment and business that are welcome to Algeria. And let me welcome you to Algeria, the largest country in Africa, with 1,600 of coast, and across Africa, Middle East, and Europe. Welcome to Algeria, the country who has no debt, and the third GDP in Africa, the third GDP in Africa. Let me welcome you to Algeria, the country who has ranked as the first in Africa and Arab world in achieving the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals. Thank you. Let me welcome you to Algeria, where you can find many opportunities to invest in different fields, like mining sector, housing, agriculture, automotive, and many other sectors. Let me welcome you to Algeria, where the 70% of the population are under 30 and well educated. Let me welcome you to Algeria, the country brother of South Africa. Our parents did a lot for the freedom of both countries, and they did a lot for the well of Africa. And I ask every one of you today to do his work or his duty for his country and for the continent, our Mama Africa. If the combat or the fight of our parents were to liberate our countries, I think now the fight is how to complete or to make our economics complementary each other. If we come back to because my friend from Afreximbank said that the visa is the problem for the investors and the businessmen to go to Algeria. I can assure you that the visa will be the easy things to get. You are welcome to Algeria, and can assure you that a page containing all of useful information regarding the visa insurance will be soon available on our website. And only all of the documents needed will be reduced to minimum. You are welcome to come, and our doors in the embassy will be open for you, and I hope that you will enjoy very good time in Algeria, especially in that time. It will be very good weather, and good food, a very friendly population, and what I have to add, just welcome to Algeria. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Ambassador. Appreciate it. And of course, as we've heard, we've got a very, very warm welcome in Algeria. So we should say shukran. Thank you to the Ambassador. Many of you have come here to have yourselves encouraged, informed, and most importantly, fulfilled in terms of understanding how you, as a South African entrepreneur, can play your role in contributing and boosting the economy on the African continent. Not just because it's for the greater good, but because it also speaks to the growth and development of the organizations that you lead, the entrepreneurial efforts that you bring forward, and most importantly, the innovation that you also look to foster in partnership with peers across the continent. This does bring us to the end of today's program, and we have tried to ensure that we give you as much information as possible, but of course, encouraging all of you to continue interacting, networking, and engaging. One more time, ladies and gentlemen, we appreciate your time today. We appreciate the flexibility of the panelists, the guests and dignitaries that have been here, but most importantly, to each and every one of you. We don't take your time for granted in a world where there's plenty of things to do. The fact that you've come here to be a key partner in making sure that we grow and actively participate in intra-African trade is a key indicator of the fact that you're laying the foundation for future generations to also benefit from. So, as you prepare for September, as we continue to grow our businesses, I hope and trust that you've been informed by the information that's been shared as to how to get your businesses ready, where to solicit the right partnerships, understanding how bigger entities and institutions are creating an environment where we can move our goods and services easily across the continent, and most importantly, where you too can be inspired within the unique areas and context of the economy that you operate in. The opportunity is there, the money is there, and so is the market. All you need to do is to capitalize on it. Thank you again for joining us. We are going to break for lunch. As has been mentioned before, there were QR codes that you could scan to get details on signing up. A reminder, as you make your way out to the exhibition hall, please do be sure to speak to the representatives in the room who will be able to direct you, sign you up, and make sure that not only are you in Algeria, that you do have your visa, but also make it home safely to ensure that you partner in terms of business. That information will be provided. Thank you again, ladies and gentlemen. Truly appreciate your time. If you have any questions, reach out to the team from IATF. They will be able to assist you. Our dignitaries, thank you again. Please do join us outside for lunch. There will be a venue that will be available for all of us to engage and, of course, indulge in lunch. And we will be accompanying some of our dignitaries to the necessary and respective rooms for their lunch later today. Thank you. We look forward to seeing you in September and coming back with good news post that trip. Thank you and goodbye, ladies and gentlemen. Have yourselves a profitable day further.
Access more innovation and explore the future of the automotive industry at the Africa Automotive Show at the Intra-African Trade Fair 2025. Consisting of an auto forum, an auto show, and B2B and B2G exchanges, the Africa Automotive Show is the premier gathering place for African and global automotive supply chain partners seeking to forge powerful connections, seal lucrative deals, and explore investment opportunities across diverse sectors in Africa and the world. IATF 2025 is Africa's leading trade and investment fair, which offers a significant platform for businesses to tap into a single African market of more than 1.4 billion people, with a GDP surpassing $3.5 trillion, created by the African Continental Free Trade Area. IATF 2025 will be hosted in the People's Democratic Republic of Algeria in Algiers and is expected to attract over 35,000 visitors and over 140 participating countries. The exhibition will attract continental and global buyers and sellers, including executives and market expansion managers who will engage in business deals across the value chain in the automotive industry. Over the 7-day gathering, the African Association of Automotive Manufacturers will host the Automotive Forum, featuring leading African and international speakers, ministers and government officials, automotive sector CEOs, and other key stakeholders, with a variety of sessions dealing with the automotive industry in Africa to also look forward to. Join leading automotive manufacturers, suppliers and enthusiasts seeking to capitalize on the growing potential of intra-African trade in this industry at IATF 2025. The Automotive Show is anchored around 10 other components, and these are Trade Exhibition, Trade and Investment Forum, Creative Africa Nexus, a B2B and B2G platform, Special Days, IATF Virtual, AU Youth Startup Program, Global Africa Day, Africa Research and Innovation Hub at IATF, and Sub-Sovereign Governments Network. To participate and register for the Automotive Show, send your inquiry today to auto@intraafricantradefair.com or visit intraafricantradefair.com. Access more innovation at IATF, the gateway to new opportunities.
"15 years ago, we started with a belief that Africa's natural resources could be transformed into industries, jobs, prosperity.
Africa is rich in abundant natural resources. It has the population, it has the manpower, it has the wealth.
Since 2011, that belief has become a reality. It all started in Gabon, after the government banned the export of raw logs, calling for a new solution, one that would enable Gabon to transform its timber into valuable products, while safeguarding the country's natural resources.
Arise was asked to actually partner with the government of Gabon to find that solution. And the solution was the creation of the Special Economic Zone and invite investors to come to the country and transform. So this is how this has started.
Today, our model has been replicated across many countries in Africa, stretching from west to east.
By the end of 2025, I see us being active in 14 countries, with many more still coming in the pipeline.
Every project we launch carries a promise to grow, but grow responsibly. It's why we build zones that are sustainable and inclusive. Why? Through She Rise, we support women entrepreneurs with the tools, training, and funding to grow their businesses. And why we are committed to creating local jobs and empowering communities.
Our mandate, our vision for Africa is to industrialize Africa. But that industrialization comes with the core duty that we have for Africa, which is to provide jobs.
Arise has been able to create 42,000 jobs so far, direct and indirect jobs. Arise is not only about economic growth. We are changing people's lives. We are doing something that has impact. We are creating something that we are proud of.
As for the future, our next chapter is clear: connecting nations and making intra-African trade easier, faster, and more valuable.
What we've seen as a rise for the past 15 years is that generally when there is an increase in the trade or in the productivity of one single country, it's usually benefits to its neighborhood country and to its hinterland countries. This is really what we need for the future.
Africa isn't waiting. Africa is building. This is our moment to grow economies, empower people, and put Africa first.
It's Africa first means that it's time for Africa to really shine and to be really out there, because we deserve to be there.
And as long as we play our part, as long as we do what we can do as Arise, together with all our stakeholders, I believe that Africa will be able to transform to what it is supposed to be. And I believe that with the young population, with the wealth that we have, with all that is going for Africa, Africa has to be, not can be. Africa has to be the industrial hub of the world.
This is Africa First. This is Arise.